Here we are live, ready to race at rounds 5 and 6 of the National Series at Cumbernauld in Scotland. Really loud, really loud. Looking forward to the racing. We get going in a couple of minutes, so yeah, thanks for tuning into the live feed. Enjoy.
as well. Gosport NRT, that is Max Livingstone on the 516 in there in 3, under a bit of pressure out of the final turn. That looks like Charlie Labras on the 023, pushing hard down the final straight. Can he get close enough to that top 3 finish? Not quite. It's going to be Livingston hanging on to it. Newton Hindley team here in Andover heading into that second turn on the outside. He's now your race leader, heading towards that final corner with the 11 plate of Logan Young in there in that 2 spot. That looks like GT Factory in there as well. Hadley Harding on the 10 plate, in and out of the final turn, looking for a way into a top 2 spot, chasing down the rider out of DC Cycles down to the line. He's going to have to settle for 3. Moving on to the 13 to 14-year-old cruisers, Tate Kitson, Moto 1365 on the 7 plate, heading on through that 3rd straight at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the rider out of, I think that is Warren BMX Race Team, Jake Georgeson on the 268 plate, going in and out of that final corner. But your race winner going to be Tate Kitson in race number 5. Race 6 out on track. Heading on through, looking like we've got the 8 plate leading this one out. Eric McSwitty out of MCR. He's got the 501 in there as well. That is Jacob Warren out of Warren BMX Race Team. Them 2 guys going 1 and 2 as they head down that 3rd straight. That looks like the 404 in there as well. Mitchell Archer out of Barnsbury heading into that final turn. South African jersey in there as well. That could very well be Max Surridge. Max Surridge now in there in 5. So the rider picking up that 4 spots. I think that is Ethan Cathcart-Cunnison. As we look at Cooper McCrum on the 18 plate, leading out race number 7 into that second turn on his home track. Looking very quick. Who's in there with him? Looking like Robin Matten Alonso, working his way into a top 2 spot around the outside of James Cottrell on the 1X plate. Had a cracking month last month in the Worlds and the Euros. He's going to take that top 3 spots for Arab Racing. The 20 plate out on track. BMX Hype bringing it on through. Louis Kai Map as Richard Casey dive their heads deep into this bag of goodies that we've been given by the Centurions Massive. So it is BMXHype.com out front, going 1 and 2 with Colby Hoare out of DC Cycles as they bring it down to the line. SAS Race Team, Aidan True in there for that top 3. 1 rider down on the final straight. Didn't quite see who it was. I think that's Lewis Barnes, actually. We're going to hold race number 9. You guys are going to have a rerun. Lewis came straight to racing this weekend from an exam on a Friday afternoon. Let's hope that he's okay. So race number 9 will be rerun. So race number 9, you need to head to the back of the start hill, please. Put your hands together for Lewis Barnes, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet and going to walk away. As race number 10 lines up on the gate. (15 to 16-year-old cruisers, Origo, Finton, Coburns on the inside of this one, heading for turn number 1. But it looks like we are going to have Joe Penton Voke. He's in the mix in there in about 3 at the moment, but the race leader, Thomas Duran, out of CGR. He's going 1 and 2 with the 6 plate into that second corner. That is going to be Coburn, bringing it on round in that Colombian jersey. So them guys out front at the moment. That is Joe Penton Voke in there in 3. Got to be Zachary Tia in there inside the top 4, heading for the final turn. Looking like Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That is Joe Little on the 13 plate out of Preston Pirates in there in 5. But your race leader going to be Thomas Duran as they take it across the line. JTL Simpson Davies out on track in the new Jump Club jersey. As we lose 1 rider through the second straight back to up to his feet. That was Elliot Albert. He's back up. Looks like he's going to walk away from that one. Put your hands together for Elliot. As it looks like we've got a new race leader. Bringing it down the final straight. That was Caden Roberts taking the win in that one. JTL Simpson Davies in there for 2. Race 12 up on the gate. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Aura goes Zach Green out of the inside, heading for turn number 1 for Derby BMX Club, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's that there with him? Looking like Connor Hedges, doing it for Pro Star BMX. So it is Green, Hedges, 1 and 2 at the moment. Kyle Hill's there on the inside, working his way through. Didn't quite make his stick. I think that was Luke Davies-Hayes that just hung on to that top 3 spot. Looked up the inside of Hedges in turn 2, didn't quite make it happen. Here comes Hill, then he's in there in 4, looking for a way into a top 3 spot, in and out of the final turn. It's all about Green out front. Connor Hedges going to take that 2 spot as they bring it down to the line with Hayes inside the top 3. You want to go from race 13?
Race 13 on track. That is Alex Brooks taking it to the line, I think. And had a few others in there. Who do we have? Archie Large, Luca Manzi, Pete Watson, Josh Sparrow, Matt McHugh, and Lewis Fletcher as we watch Joshua Cates. Leading out motor number 14, Conor Blythe and Callum Daly in there as well. And, yeah, riders going through, including Jack Mowat and Lewis Longley, Owen Putland, and Rocky O'Brien. Next up, race 15, Kean Brown, Jack Wiggins, Harvey Fryer, Arne Esselmont, Tyler Chadwick, Daniel Wilson, and Bradley George. And as they come out of the turn, it looks like we have got Dan Wilson on the inside, battling away with, who's he battling with? Jack Wiggins. Those guys going 1 and 2. That looks like Esselmont in there in 3, Harvey Fryer in 4. Tyler Chadwick in there as well, doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. As they head towards the line, it looks like Dan Wilson's going to get it. Race 16, Erin J. Jackson from the Mid-Lancs BMX Massive. Whoop, whoop, over there on the final straight. Whoop, whoop. Was there a fist bump then from Sarah? Standish fist bump. Is that what it is? Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Jamie Elwood, Yetska Hempstock, Hannah Drew, and Anya Mattern Alonso. All riding in this one. If you do a Standish fist bump, sir, it's got to have a tray of drinks on it. Do you know what I mean? You wave it around. I don't know which pub you were in, but, you know, there's a plethora of them in Standish. Standish! Anyway, carrying on, sorry. In jokes for you. Olivia Firth, Taylor Lee Moen, Isla Young in this one as well. She's in there in 5. Olivia's going through in 3. She's got Lily Chiziwa and Alice Taylor to battle with as well. And as they go in and out of the turn, looks like it's going to be Taylor, followed by Lily, followed by Olivia, doing it for EMV Graphics and Signage and Sorted Race Gear. One of our traders up on Trader Row. Whilst I'm thinking about that, all the traders are up there. We've got the lovely food people doing a variety of good stuff. Hot dogs, burgers, Thai food, really nice chips, all that kind of thing. And our traders, B73, Pure Bicycles, DC, Sorted, Crucial. I think I've mentioned everybody. If I've forgotten anyone, I apologise. I will squeeze a bit more in later on. But, yeah, every penny you spend with our BMX traders goes back into the sport. So if you've got any purchases to make, please make them this weekend. Our BMX traders will be very grateful for your contribution. And you are supporting the people who support the sport. So that's lovely. Thank you. Right. Grace Burge, Trinity Cam, Daisy Brooke. Yep, Daisy's in there as well. Molly Nice, Amy Willets. That's it. Mentioned all them. Race 19. Ryan Jones, Ross Bradley, Ash Richardson, Agris Eliadzans. I did have a correct pronunciation on that, and I still can't figure it out because I'm just odd like that. Stuart Laurie and Chris Millar crossing the line in Moto number 19 as we look at Moto 20 coming out the first turn. Jack Hudson, Chris Hayes, Martin Smiley Brown in there in 3 for Smiley's Flight Club. Dan Popel, John Lillingston, and Nathan Abbott. That's a heavy hitter moto for 3039 Cruiser, isn't it? It's a bit rough for a Saturday morning. Talking of, you know, competitive motos, 30-plus female cruiser, SJN in her World 2 jersey, Annie Chiziwa, Michelle Stuppel in there in that second spot. Savannah Carver going through in 3. That'll be Anita Wong in 4. So we're 30-plus female cruiser, although none of them are over the age of 21, I will have you know. Teresa Chalice in 5. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. I believe Freya's stayed at home for exam duty, which is probably quite sensible. She'll never do her exams again, but she can always go to another BMX race. I'm sure Freya's watching her mum. So well done, Freya, on your European 1 and your World 1. So all the ones. Race 22, Nikki Sitch, Rebecca Gold, Claire Albert, Lisa Tarling, Grace Turner, Lee Pendleton, who I've had a nice chat with this morning. Lovely to catch up. Kirsty Freer in there as well, smiling as always. She's in there in about 4. So yeah, all good. I'll just finish this page, go up to 27. 40 to 44 cruiser. Andy McCoy, doing it for the Head Angle YouTube channel. He's going to be on Scott Beaumont's 96 podcast as well. Matthew Eaton, Kingsley Mears, and Rich Stevenson. Kingsley out in front. He's on a chrome ollie bike now. He's gone all like cool and stuff. Do you know what I mean? He's kind of developing his street cred, is Kingsley. Although I'm sure Oakley will tell me his dad's not got any street cred. But there we go. That's another story for another day. Race 424, Andy Groves, Chris Coleman, Craig Cordin, Rob Harris, and Matt Swales. Matt in there in 2. That looks like Craig Cordin going through in 3. So Craig's on the cruiser now as well as the 20-inch. He's getting old, you see. He's got to ride a cruiser now, as Craig. Rob Harris doing it on the 180 for the MK crew. And yeah, cruiser bruisers but never losers. Norbert Marco, Anthony Lebras, Fraser Watson, Abdul El Kindi, Graham Stark, and Simon Toogood. This is motor number 25. Tony Lebras going through in about 3, doing it for Bradford. Norbert Marco, Fraser Watson's just disappeared. He's in a different postcode. Graham Stark doing it for Andover. And Simon Toogood out of Derby. Race 26, Scott Main, Dave Stokes. Where's Dave? Oh, he's in there with Stu Little. Look at this. Evolved Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2. It was that Nando's they had last night. That's what it was. You know, they were on the special spicy sauce. I don't know what was in it, but it's making them go faster. Big Nige is in there in 3. Scott Main going through as well. I think Stuart Little's been doing some secret ninja training and not telling anybody. That's what he's doing. Up there in Penwortham. I know how they roll. Race 27, Tim Porter, Jamie McFarlane, Duncan Coburn, John Bentley on another special bike. Hey, Benters and his special bikes. He's got loads of them now. When he's about 80, he'll put gears on his Zimmer frame and tell everybody he's going to go faster. So, Bentley out there in front. I hope you got a proper race jersey on, John. He's in there in that 2 spot. Or maybe you should just get Alan to, you know, spring a few more bits of cash and get him a proper jersey. Right, race 28. Lewis.
Okay. Right, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. I was away with it then, listening to stories of John Bentley's bikes. Right, Alan Hill, you're a new European champion. Pure Bicycles leading this one out of the final turn. Looking like he's going 1 and 2 with Stephen Hassel down that final straight. Rab Racing in there as well with Mark Cottrell on the 9X inside the top 4. We are looking at race number 29. That is a 7-plate leading this one out. Kevin Sykes out of Ipswich. Brett Knight on the 7X in this one as well. Kicking about at about 4 or 5 at the moment. Looking for a way around the outside of the rider from the northeast. That is Stephen Notman on the 17. Just giving Brett the elbow in that final turn. Jules Allen in there in the top 3. That's Pete Butler in 2. Riding out of Sorted Race Gear and Halo Wheels Race Team. As race number 30 heads to turn number 2. 55-plus cruisers. Chris Madron, Pure Bikes. Billy Stupple, Ice Bikes in there as well. Raymond Reed, Keith Brown, and Stephen Eden and Steve Noble. All heading towards that final turn. Good to see Steve Needham back on a bike. Had a few issues recently. So really good to see him back on track. As looks like Raymond Reed pushes Chris Madron all the way to the line for that 1 spot. Not quite sure who got it. We'll have a look on our special TV. Oh, it's not on there yet. Oh, is it on there? Oh, you have to change it. Oh, you see, this is the problem. You've got to get up. 55 plus. Lovely. Oh, Raymond got it. Right, okay. The McRock taking it as Brent Featherstone takes the win in race number 31. Sorry about that. I got a bit sidetracked by our fancy bit of equipment, fancy TV up on this 3-metre start hill. Right then, we are looking at the Pocket Rockets, the 6 and unders bringing the thunder. That is a 3-1-2 of Oliver Bridle leading this one out. He's got the 914 in there as well. That is Benji Ross Foster. Adam Knowsley BMX track. He's in there in that 2 spot at the minute, pushing all the way. That looks like Little Lou and Jamira. Yes, it is doing it for Crucial Racing. Check this guy out in there in 3. I remember when Lewin was born. Now he's kicking it about in that last turn here at Cumbernauld, picking up a top 3 spot down this final straight. It is going to be Bridle, Foster, Jamira, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to bring it down. Henry Dodd on the 822 in there in 4. With Isaac Tomlinson and Ioannis Chorkos in there in 5 and 6. 7-year-olds, race 33, out on track. Looking like we have got the 284 of Finley Kerr heading towards that final turn, out in front. Hotshot Racing, Rudy Pleasance Ford. Mum's birthday today. Mum's birthday today, so happy birthday, Mum. Looking like Rudy's going to take a 2nd spot for you. Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there in 3 with Albie Blight on the 700 plate. Couple of riders hit the deck. Oh, 3 riders down on the 2nd straight. In race number 34, Roman Birdfield was one of them. I think that was Frankie Jones that hit the deck as well. Let's hope that them 3 riders are okay. As we look out front, I think that might be Logan Acito out front. Oscar Rather Fast. Is that Rutherford? Yeah, Rather Fast Rutherford. In there in that 2 spot, heading down the final straight. That looks like Blackpool in the mix as well, in there in 4. That one's getting busy to the line. Put your hands together then, ladies and gents, for Roman Birdfield. He's back up to his feet riding away. Frankie Jones up as well.
Yeah, race 36.
Yeah.
Tia Worthington was 6 last week.
Right, okay, wonderful.
Put
Put your hands together for the fallen riders, ladies and gents. I think it might have been Miller Dixon that hit the deck. As the 7-year-old girls line up on the gate for their first moto of the weekend. Since Rich got up to the start hill about 10-15 minutes ago, we've had about 25 people come and see him because he's been absolutely nowhere this morning. He's been hiding in his team gazebo up on the last straight, dosing up on coffees. As he hands me some lost property gloves, a pair of O'Neill black gloves. So if you've lost your O'Neill black gloves, then they are possibly up here at commentary. They were warm. Right, okay, very possibly worn by a cruiser rider. So, cruiser riders, check your to see if you've got your gloves. If not, then they could be up here at commentary. Right, 7-year-old girls, Izzy Moore, Olaith Dewis, Flick Brentnall, Verity K and Mabel Pine out on track. That looks like your British champ getting busy round the outside. Got to be Pine leading this one out. Verity K in there inside the top 3. Who's that shuffled back to 2? That is Dewis out of Fast Signatures race team. So it is going to be Payne, Dewis 1 and 2. K's in there for 3. Who's going to get 4 and 5? Looking like it is going to be Brentnall and Moore. Tia Worthington in race number 36. It was her 6th birthday this week just gone. So a very happy birthday to you, Tia. She's out on track riding for Preston Pirates. In there in that 5 spot at the moment, but look at the scrap out front. That looks like sorted race gear. Maggie Devine on the 366. Going 1 and 2 down that final straight. Hattie McGoldrick. She's in there inside the top 4. Who's that in 3? Looking like that could be Fluence Abigail Henning. As the 8-year-old boys go past us into turn number 2. Out in front, Decoy BMX Club. Believe that could be Alistair North on the 344. Leading this one out down the final straight. Right, race number 38 out on track. Carter Kennedy, Teddy Hayes, Miller McAlpine, Xavier Darley, Dominic Zapanos, Arthur Mason, and Elliot Hatch all out on track. Dominic Zapanos in the mix. He's in there in about 3 at the minute, scrapping it out down that 3rd straight. But your race leader, Elliot Hatch, rusting up racing, heading towards the final turn. Zapanos has gone round the outside to work his way into that 2 spot. Who's that he's gone round? I think that could very well be Carter Kennedy. Out of the Centurions, massive, heading down to the line. It is going to be Hatch and Zapanos 1 and 2. Check him out. Crucial racing out on track. Henry Sullivan, your British champion, leading it out from Perebny, doing it for Birmingham NRT. That looks like the Brunty Massive going 3 and 4 as they bring it on round. That's Seth Robinson and Alexander Gilbert. Robinson and Gilbert going 3 and 4 at the moment. Then that looks like Ethan the Great White in the mix in 5, looking for a way round the 2 Brunty boys down the final straight. It's going to be Sullivan, Perebny 1 and 2, looking like White's going to split up the Brookwood party. He's going to nick a top 4 spot as Robinson hangs on to 3. That's got to be Jake Avis out on track. MK Evolution on the 449, heading towards turn number 2. The 741 in there with him. That is looking like Nathan Murray. In and out of turn number 2 they go. Who's picking up 3? Got to be Pure Bikes. On the bubble at the moment, Emerson Tucker on the 068. He's got the 055 of Leo Brits out of MK Evolution. In there behind them in 4. Down the final straight, Tucker's made his move to go from 3 to 2. Avis is going to take the win. Tucker in there for 2. Here comes MK down the final straight. That's going to be Brits hanging on to that 3 spots. 8-year-old girls out on track. You are looking at the British champion, Phoebe Millar. Moto 1365 Racing. She's going in and out of that 2nd turn out front. That is the 296 of Lawrence Snell, doing it for Mixed Picks Race Team. Heading towards that final turn. That looks like we've got the Cumbernauld Centurions rider, Evie Hume, on the 374. Ellie Robertson, also on her home track today as well. She's in this one in about 5 at the moment. Heading down to the line, though, it is going to be Moto 1 and a Mixed Picks going to 1 and 2. 9-year-old boys out on track. Into that 2nd corner. Rusting up racing, leading this one through. That is George Spencer on the 232. Under a bit of pressure as they head towards that final turn, though. That looks like Crank BMX coaching in the mix as well. That is Hendrix Hines, I think. Inside the top 3, sorry, that's Hines has taken over the race lead. He's going to take the win in that one. And the 2 spot was George Spencer. We are on to race number 43. 9-year-old boys. Bruntwood in there in that 2 spots. Ben Tanzer's in this one as well. Doing it for Nottingham Outlaws. I did miss most of that race. I do apologise, guys. Jesse Rose, though, taking the race win. Bruntwood in there in 2 with Leo Ingham. All right, we are looking at Charlie Dowsing leading out race number 44. In and out of that 2nd corner. He's got the Northeast in there behind him. Looking like that is Thomas Giles on the 168 plate. Heading towards that final corner. That is the 805, I think, of Jackson Chapman Davies. In there at about 4 at the moment, heading down the final straight. But it was all about Charlie Dowsing taking the win in that one.
Yeah. Is that what you've just done?
No, that's on. Do you want me to do it?
Yeah, do 45 and then I'll go on to 46.
Race 45 out on track. Ethan Shaw, your British champion, Birmingham NRT, out front looking good. LCC in there as well. That is Jack Haynes inside the top 3. Look at him up the inside. Not quite going to make it stick, though. I think that's Jack Belton just about hanging on to that top 2 spot as he bring it down the final straight. Shaw, Belton, Haynes, 1, 2, 3. Rocco Westwood's going to round out the top 4 as they bring it across the stripe.
All right, race 46, just 4 girls in this one. Betty Wills, Beth Worley, Florence Kay, and Rosie Geddes. Rosie, one of our local ladies out of Cumbernauld, and we've got Beth in there as well. So Cumbernauld well represented in motor number 46. Betty Wills out in front. Verity Kay in 3 as they go in and out the final turn. And it looks like Betty's going to bring it to the line. I think that's Rosie in there in 2, Verity in 3, and Beth going through in 4. Race 47, Eliza Powell, Roxy Rowlands, fresh back from the Euros. Cara Cross, Charlie Hargreaves doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive. She's in there in 5. Molly Tomlinson out of Manchester as well. Those are your young ladies in moto number 47. Female 9-year-olds. Manchester in there in 3. That's the Brunty Massive in 4. Hard Knocks in there in 5. Got a feeling that's Eliza Powell. Crank BMX coaching, bringing it down to the line. She's going to take the win. And yeah, all good. Race 48. Joseph McAvoy, Ronnie Walworth. So 2 motos, 2 Hard Knocks guys. Oh, somebody's took a big tumble there. Let's have a look who that was. I think it was Jaden O'Connell. He's going to have to pick himself up as he limps away. Let's hope he's all right. Rest of the pack are coming towards him. Edward Cordery was in that one as well. As we look at the next moto going through, Isaac Moore, Arlo Steinmetz, Scott Albert Turner in there. Freddie Ray Orland out in front. Sam Snell and Clayton Southart all going through. So moto number 49. Moto 50 will be next up. We have got
I'm all right, thank you. I've got. There's some water down here, Rich. There's room temperature. Yeah, I bought some this morning. Yeah. All right, okay. I know. Do you know what it is? I did a race last year and I didn't get any water. So
right, Benny Jackson, Lucas Burgart, Leo Bradley, Murray Watson, Oscar Hall, Harris Robertson, and Kylan Gordon. All in this. Benny out in front on that W8 that he took out in Rock Hill. Had a roll round on the first straight, did Benny, but that's not unusual. He'll be good. Give him a brush down, he'll be absolutely fine. Probably gave his dad a heart attack in the process, but that's a different story for a different day. Race 51, Thomas Henning, Connor Hemphill in this one. Connor out in front. Where is Thomas? He's in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down the Land Shark on the 17. Ronnie Woods. He's in there in 4, battling away. We've got Hugo Dayton in there. In that second position, Arthur Clayton, Oliver Riches, Joshua Coates. All in moto 51. But it's going to be Hemphill, Dayton. Actually 1 and 2. Woods in there in 4. I've got a feeling that is Arthur Clayton in there in that 3rd spot. No, it's the 22, which was Oliver Riches. Right club, wrong rider. Race 52, Finley Monroe. The 7 plate, Teddy Jones, Sebastian Hewitt, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Jamie Robertson, Wilson Eaton and Harvey Simpson. Moto 52. Finn's in there in about 5 at the minute. And Teddy Jones, I think he's out in front on that 7 plate, doing it for Birmingham. Don't know why I said that in a Scouse accent, but you know, never mind, it's still early. We can mix the accents up if we want to. Maisie Egan leading out moto 53. We've got Bonnie Dudley in there, Mia Kiss, Aria Rose Lee on her home track. She's pushing hard in that 2 spot. That looks like that Bonnie Dudley, I think, in there in about 5th. India Bennett on the 571. Going well as well. No club on there. So try and get a steer on that one later. Race 54, Holly Richardson, Sophie Bailey, Trixie Trays, Amber Tucker, Ophelia Shepherd, Erin Toogood, and Grace Hudak. Trixie Trays on the 14. Got a feeling she's out in front there. Sophie Bailey going through in 3. Doing it for Telford and Smiley's Flight Club. 121 what motors?
4 for the, 1 rack.
One rack, yeah. Moving on to the 11-year-olds. Finley Shaw, Logan Waterhouse, Harry Swales, Huey Hall, Lucas Belton, Sam Riches and Noah Bagwell. Noah's in there in about 3rd, I think, at the moment. We've got Cumbernauld Finley Shaw. He's in there in about, 6th spot at the minute, pushing hard though. And going through, taking it out the line. That was the 12 of Harry Swales. Race 56, Zach Worthington in there in fourth in this one. Mummy's at home watching on the live stream. So she's already had Tia go through, and now she's got Zach on track. He's in there in fifth, battling away. James Bibby, our new E4. Well done, James. Congratulations for that one. Leighton Harding, Thomas Allen, Archie Crocker-White, Oliver Taylor, Lewis Wales, Jacob Aston, also in there as well. Race 57, Lucas Lorry, Emil Challenger, Archie Bell leading it out. Archie's picking up some speed. Certainly been training hard under the watchful eye of Dylan Clayton at Hard Knocks. Dawson Scott, Max Livingston, Leon Waite in there as well. Saw Leon riding his mountain bike on Instagram in the week, looking quite handy. He's in there in 3. Dawson Scott doing it for Doncaster on the 055. Race 58. All the heavy hitters in this one. Marcus Mullen, Isaac the Sender Smith, Freddie Toogood, Jacob Jameson, Niall Elkindi, Joel Rook, and Zach Everly. So it is Marcus leading it into the turn. Isaac dives underneath. Mum and Dad are here watching. They'll be up in the Rab Racing tent. Sam and to the bloke she knocks around with. What's his name? Barry Potter from Darwin. She knows what I'm on about. It's not a BMX race if I'm not giving Ant a bit of stick every now and again. Jack Devine, another E-play, E4. Theo Davis, Seth Byrne, Albert Saliadzans, Charlie Cotton, Itai Jamira, and Leo Rowlands. Leo didn't get the results he wanted at the Euros, but he was pushing hard and giving it his all, and you can't ask for any more than that. He'll be back for another one. Well done, Leo. Harley Bowler on the 11 plate, out in front on those new Evolve frames, where you can adjust from an Expert to an Expert XL. Shame that doesn't work for me. Can you imagine cruiser guys? Eh? They could go from pub to pub with a different size frame. Callum Keane in there, Henry Ballantyne, Billy Cheeseman, Max Bojang, Akim Brazier, and Jet Thompson. Race 61, Hannah Mackey, Lucy Stevenson, Freya Harris, Tyler Davenport, Millie Ross, Holly Hume, and Lainey Cordin. Lainey in there in 2. Got a feeling that's Millie Ross out in front. Cumbernauld Holly Hume in there in 3. Tyler Davenport on that 19 plate out of Preston. She's in there as well. I'm thinking about what, 5th? Pushing hard. Race 63, Saren Pritchard, Elsie Blight, Lauren Keller, Poppy May Kirby, Lily Mae Gould, Iris Hyder, and Samia Hughes. Samia on that 635 plate. The 2... No, hang on. I'm one in front. Sorry, I do apologise. We're looking at Sadie McSwitty. In there, Elizabeth Lola Poole. Grace Gerard going through in 2nd. That was Belfast City BMX Club in there in 3. I've got a feeling that was Amelia Martin on the 162. The Belfast Massive have given me a lovely club jersey this morning, personalised for me, which was genuinely gratefully received and a massive surprise. So thank you, Belfast City BMX Club. I appreciate the gesture massively. Saren Pritchard, Elsie Blight. And going through, that was Lauren Keller battling with Iris Hyder. As we move on to Moto 64, Lewis.
12-year-old boys, Sowerby, Wilcox, Jepson, Hoff, Palmer, Jackson, and Potts all in this one. That looks like Tom Palmer out front. Team Mind in there in that 2 spot. That is Charlie Wilcox on the 4 plate going in and out of that final turn, but it is all about Palmer out front. Henry Potts on the 27 plate in there inside the top 3 and bringing it on through in the top 4. That is going to be Jude Hoff out of Pro Star BMX. That looks like James Miller in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down the rider out front. That is the European number 3, Harry Donald, doing it for BMXHype.com, GT Factory. In there in that 2 spot, Moto 1365, Harry Tyres. In there inside the top 3 on the 11 plate, the front 3 riders creating a little bit of a gap down this final straight. Thomas Honeywell on the 8 plate going to round out then top 4 spots. Moving on to race number 66, heading into turn number 2. That is the 420 plate on the inside. Max Vass out of Runnymede BMX Club. He's going 1 and 2 with Mabo UK. On the 3 plate, Ethan Rogers. Very good to see Ethan back. Had a few mixed messages recently from doctors and whatnot. So he's definitely happy to be on his bike racing this weekend. I think he's had about 5 days preparation, something like that. Having a great race there. He's going to take that top 2 spots as we move on to race number 67. I believe that is Roland Els leading us out, heading for the final turn. Mark towards Idlow. In there in that 2 spot, chasing into the final turn, throws it underneath Els. In that final corner, works his way from 2 to 1. Textbook inside line into that final turn. He's going to take the moto win there with Retro Racing in the mix as well. That was Stanley Farmer in there in 3. Concept maybe you are out on track. 46 on the plate. Bodie Markley heading into that second corner. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got the 12 plate picking it up. That's Sullivan Collis doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. The 246 of Harley Steele out of Ipswich inside the top 3. Looking up the inside. Steele goes from 3 to 1. What a move that was. The front 2 riders focusing on each other. Didn't know that Steele was on the inside. He's going to take that moto win after a cracking move in that final turn. As the 12-year-old girls head towards turn number 2, that is the 0-1. Out front, Emily Eaton, Pro Start BMX, heading into that corner. Who's in there with a chaser on through? That is the 6 plate picking it up. Emma Kiss out of Braintree BMX Club heading towards the final turn. Warren BMX race team, Esme Ward in there inside the top 3 with Pure Bikes in there as well. That is Dakota Tucker out of Decoy BMX Club, but it's all about Emily Eaton out front. Pro Start BMX taking that moto win. Race 70 out on track. The Centurions and the Titans in this one. It is Jump Club out front. 8 on the plate, Anushka Jones. Looking good at the front at the moment. Team Minds, Nora Syret on the 11 plate. Worked her way up the inside and went from 3 to 2. Under a bit of pressure as they head towards that final turn. I think that's Holly Diver in there inside the top 3. Looking for a way round. Looks like she'll have to settle for that top 4 spot down this final straight. That looks like Amara Fife in there inside the top 4 as they bring it down to the line. 19 plate out on track, then leading this one out, Ruby Warren, doing it for the Titans, going to 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching as they go in and out of that second corner. That is European number 2, Brooke Fast Fawcett, heading towards that final corner, MCR Martha Cotton on the 5 plate in there inside the top 3, in and out of that final corner, Nia O'Connell. Looks like we've lost a rider on the first straight. She's back up to her feet. That was Allegra True. Put your hands together for Allegra. She's going to walk away. We are getting there, yeah. Moving on to the 13-year-old boys race number 72, heading towards turn number 1. That is European number 2, Stay Strong C&K, leading this one out. Kobe Rayford in and out of turn number 1. As rad as you like, Rayford leads it out. It got a bit busy for that 2 spot. That was the 26 of Hindley and the 42 on the inside. He's got riders all around him. That is Noah Buttery hanging on to that top 3 spot at the moment. He's got Robin Matter. Oh, Buttery gets it all wrong. Ends up on the deck. Billy Harrison says thank you very much and works his way into that top 4 spot. Robin Matten Alonso in there for 3, Hindley for 2, and Rayford takes your moto win. Put your hands together for Noah Buttery, ladies and gents, riding away. As we look at the number 4 plate leading this one through, that is Elvis Lawrence. DC Cycles going 1 and 2 with the 11 plate as they bring it back through the 3rd straight. That is Isaac Shaw, Birmingham National Race Team. Harry Bailey out of Smiley's Flight Club in there in 3. In and out of that final corner, Bailey putting pressure on Shaw down the final straight. I don't think he's going to get close enough. Shaw's going to hang on to that 2 spot. Lawrence out front. Toby Lynch out of Sorted Race Gear, out on track, leading this one through. Heading into that second turn, he's got the 30 plate in there with him. That is Heath Osborne. So it is Lynch and Osborne, 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there in 3? Looking like that could be Ben Millington out of Royston Rockets. In and out of that final corner. Pro Star BMX in the mix as well. Heading down towards the line. That's going to be Freddie Parkinson on the 1X plate. Race number 75, out on track, heading towards turn number 2. That is Allen's Factory Supercross. Look at the inside, though, from the 8 plate. Worked his way from 3 to 1. Ned Guppy worked his way through lovely in that second corner. Moto 1365 working their way in as well. Looking like that could be Oliver Tyres now inside the top 2 spots. Todd Smith-Notman in there in 3. That's how they're going to bring it down to the stripe. Logan Young's in this one in the middle of the pack, doing it for DC Cycles. Freddie Parkinson in there at about 3 at the moment, trying to work his way through on the inside of the 24 plate into that second corner. That is Edward Miller on the 24 plate, just shuffled back to 3. Parkinson's working his way through the pack. He's now up to second. That is Leo Cranston out front, so it's Cranston and Parkinson in and out of that final corner. Who's going to go? Oh, Parkinson just about manages to stay upright. It's going to be tight on the line for that second spot. Just about hangs on to it as race number 77 hits the track. Nathaniel Eames in there in about 4 at the moment on the outside of the 25 plate. That is Brody Geddes out of Cumbernauld Centurions. He's chasing down the rider just in front of the world number 7, James Cotty Cottrell. Rab Racing had a very successful May. Made a Worlds and a Euro final. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down Nate Hamilton out front. So it's going to be Hamilton, Cottrell, Geddes, Eames, 1, 2, 3 and 4. As the 13-year-old girls head through this second straight, looks like we've got the 11 plate on the outside. That is Maddie the Baddie Dixon doing it for Urban Air BMX Race Team. In and out of that second corner, she's chasing down the 6 plate of Matilda Sacharu out of Peckham BMX Club. Heading for that final turn, it is going to be Sacharu and Dixon, 1 and 2. In and out of that final turn they go. Looks like we've got Anastasia Muhar in there in about 4 at the moment, chasing down DC Cycles, Isla Young, who's going to take the 3 spots. Moving on to race number 79. Lexi Kearns, Sedona Cleve, Rin Janalino in there in about 4 at the moment. Jalala Patel and Libby Copping. Copping's on the inside into that final. Oh! 2 ladies hit the deck. That was Lexi Kearns and Rin Janalino. Let's hope that both of them girls are all right. I think Jalala Patel ended up taking the moto win. We are going to red flag the race, guys. Pull it over, pull it over. So race number 80 will be rerun after a bit of carnage in the final turn. Richard's playing with it. Well done, mate. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Alexi Kearns. She walks away. Rin's walked away as well by the looks of things.
Right corner, mate. First corner. Wicked stuff, mate. Wicked. I know you did. It's all right.
Race number 81 lining it up on the gate. Don't forget, of course, we've got the BMX Race Hub live streaming this weekend. Get your nan, your granddad, aunties, uncles. It's the right of the way of Dina's camera there. So yeah, BMX Race Hub live streaming all of the action this weekend over on YouTube. On BMX Race Hub YouTube channel, so get yourselves over there. It is wicked. Anyone that can't attend this weekend, make sure you send them the link, get them on the live feed. As we look at race number 81, this one is absolutely stacked. We are looking at Kai Bowen, your newly crowned world number 5. Stay strong, Clark and Kent leading this one down the final straight. Ty DS in there as well. On the 865 plate, he's going to go through in 3 with the 6 plate in 2. That was Amos Guppy. 1 on the plate, Heath Thomas leading this one out for Pro Star BMX. Who's in there with him? The 27 plate picking it up as he come on round. That is Oliver Sim in and out of the second corner. Cooper McCrum in there in 4 at the moment, chasing down the rider just ahead. That is the 18 of Enzo Shaw. Shaw on the inside, McCrum on the outside, looking for a way round, throws in a high-low down the final straight. McCrum looking like he's going to make that one stick, bringing it down to the line. That one was textbook. Wicked lap from Cooper. 2 on the plate, Ben Larkins, Pure Bikes leads out race number 83. In the 14-year-old boys, he's going to 1 and 2 with a 5 plate of Lucas Seeley out of Rab Racing. So Pure and Rab 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Mongoose Factory in there as well inside the top 3. Bringing it on round, that is Rufus Casigno, I think. Yes, it's got to be Rufus, bringing it down to the line on the 29 plate with Logan Widdowson in 4 on that lovely new frame, wherever Kirk is. He'll be gutted if I don't say that at all this weekend. Right, race number 84 on track. 14-year-old boys, Elijah Jamira. Crucial racing up an age group. Leading it towards the final turn. He's got Emmy Seawood, your world number 3, in there in that top 3 spot at the moment. With Alex Dungley out of LA Featherstone BMX Coaching. He's in there in that second spot, bringing it down to the line with Seawood and Eric McSwitty in 2 and 3. Race number 85. Wilson, Wilcox, Colacan, Fairley, Gould, Tomlinson and James all on track. Harvey Tomlinson in there in that 2 spots. Chasing down your race leader, that is Luke Wilcox, Halo Wheels race team. He's going to take it down to the stripe with Oliver James out of Fluent Bicycle Motocross in 3. Race 86, 14-year-old girls out on track. European number 4 leading this one out, Lottie Brown. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, going 1 and 2 with a 3 plate of Grace Burge. Doing it for Green Machine Tribe. That looks like the 4 is near as well. Ruby Walford out of Fluent, heading towards the final turn. Concept Maybo's in there as well. That's Ava Wright on the 6 plate, so the front 4 ladies running clear at the moment, but it's all about your European number 4, Lottie Brown, going to take the moto win in race 86. Race 87.
Race 80 is going after race 88.
Do you want to take it after this? Yeah. 87 out on track. That is the 2 on the plates. Ailey Watson, BMX Widow Photography, being chased down by your European number 5, Amelia Everly. In and out of that final turn. Them 2 ladies going to go 1 and 2 in this one. It is Watson and Everly bringing it down to the stripe. Yes, mate, yeah.
Right, Moto 88 on track. 8 plate out in front. Cody Coker doing it for the Hawks. And he's out there in 1. Absolute Bicycle Motocross going through in 2. That's going to be Lucas Webster. Got Louis Pinder, Theo Robbins, Alexander Ferns in there. George Chapman, Thomas Shaw, all heading towards the line. But it's going to be Cody Coker taking the win. Got a feeling this is the rerun. Race number 80, I think it was. Mason Groves in this one from Manchester. He's out there in front at the moment. The 7 plate going through. Bradley James out of Decoy. Dylan Powell, Eden Boone, Lucas Osborne, Max Surridge and Ollie Turblanche all in this one. Osborne in there in 4 as well as they head towards that final corner. Still looks like Mason Groves out in front. He's going to pick up the win as we move on to moto number 89. Moto 89, Scott McCallum, Jamie Haywoods. We've got Sean Brown in there, Arnes Vicunas, Jack de Jong, Malachi, I think it is, O'Reilly. I don't know what it is with me and name pronunciations. My mate William Alfie Harrison's in there as well, pushing hard aboard that Stay Strong. He's been putting the work in at coaching, and it will all pay off eventually. He's making those little gains bit by bit, and that's all we could ever ask for. Race 90. Bradley Davison, Thomas Kay, John O'Harady and Joe Little doing it for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross Massive. He's in that 5th spot, chasing down the rider from Milton Keynes. That's going to be John O'Harady going into the final corner. Not quite sure who's going to pick up the win in that one. It was the 34. And that was Lewis Collins Nimmo on his home, well, not quite on his home track, but very, very close. 15-year-olds. That is Eli Smith out there in front, moto number 91. '92, moto on track. Copping, Dunn, Everly, Lang, Cottam, Lamb, Fleming, and Rayner. Looks like GT out in front. That's going to be Caden Dunn. Archie Lamb in there in about 6th and 7th, doing it for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross crew. Big battle going on to the line. That included the 7 of Nowhere Everly, who was pushing to the stripe. Mason Lang coming through in that 3rd position. Moto number 93, we've got Jumping Jess Marriott on the W4 BMXHype.com. Did well out in Rock Hill. Isla Radcliffe, Megan Roy, Eleanor Curtis, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Sabina Ashman, and Imogen Cockrell. All in moto number 93. Jumping Jess taking the win. Megan in there in 2. And Sabina in 3. Race 94, Anya Mattern Alonso in that 4th spot. Going into turn number 2, Smiley Maloney in there as well. And we've got Ruby Moores, Alexis McCartney, Lucy Groundwater, and Sophie Elwood as they go in and out of the turn. So Alexis and Ruby going 1 and 2. Anya's going to pick up the 3, I think. Just about. Ooh, I think Ruby might have stolen it at the stripe. We could say for certain because we do have a screen up here that tells us that. Yes, she did. Ruby just pinched it at the line. Lexi Waits, Sophie Carniston, Lorianne Carruthers. Lexi and Lorianne, elbow to elbow into the turn. Oh, just diving underneath. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, Lorianne and Lexi were elbow to elbow. They got locked up. Down they went. Took the other rider with them at the same time. I'm not sure who that was. It was Sophie Kynaston. Betty Brewers picked up the win from Bethany Coates and Charlotte Stanley. Red flag for moto number 96. So Elliot Albert, Aidan True, Jack Cameron, Niall O'Connell, Oscar Pete, Lewis Cook, Donika O'Hagan, and Elliot Brooke will be rerunning moto number 96 as Lorianne and Lexi pick themselves up in the final corner. Both walking away, which is good. Right, here we go, moto number 97. JTL Simpson Davis, Thomas Doran, Ellis Berry, fresh off the exams and a run up the M6 yesterday. Caden Roberts, Jack Shaw, Finn Phillips, Romeo Kapai, and Callum Heath. This is moto number 97. Twitching out in front, I think. Sorry, lying, do apologise. Finn Phillips out in front. Ellis is in there in 4th. Riding past Mum right now. Probably grumbling about what he wants for his tea on Tuesday next week. As we move on to moto number 98, Zach Twitchin is in this one actually. Bradley Goulding, Jaden Green, Max Burgess, Curtis Copeland, Zach Chapman, Reece Toole, and Jaden Forsey out in front. Curtis Copeland in there in 2. That'll be Manchester's Reece Toole in there in 3. If he ever changes the design on that helmet, I don't think I'll ever recognise him ever again. Zach Twitchin in there in 4. Race 99, Callum David, Sam Hamblin, Thomas Millar, Dame Raymond Waddell, Cameron McGrail, Finley Hoff, Jamie Dummigan, and James Clitheroe. Clitheroe back there in 4th at the minute, looking for the 3. Finley Hoff leading it out. As we move on to moto number 100. Tilly McCrum in this one. Good to see Tilly back racing again. Mum keeping an eye on proceedings. Yetska Hempstock in there. Imogen Gibson. Lily Chiziwa, Alice Taylor, and Megan Gerard. So Tilly in there in 2, battling away with Imogen. As they head towards the final turn, Megan Gerard in there in 5th. So it's going to be, as they get to the stripe, Lily Chiziwa taking the win from Tilly McCrum. Race 101, 17 to 29-year-olds. Molly Nice, Caitlin Ellis, Jamie Elwood, Chloe Tompkins, Alicia Linscott, Tia Gaynor, and Hannah Drew. Tia out front. Hannah's in there in 3. We've got Caitlin Ellis going through. All right, our kid. She's in there in 2. She's becoming more Mancunian by the day. As we move on to Moto 102. As we move on, let's have a look. Oh, Emily Clinch going through in 3 for Evolved, and we had Olivia Firth in there as well, with Emily Green, Amy Willits, Fumi Adermi Hepburn, and Megan Kirby. Moto 103, still on the 17 to 29 ladies. Rosie O'Brien, Evie Webster, Evie out in front. That's Remy Godfrey in there in 2. Hannah Baker, good to see her back on track. She's in there in 3. Molly Simpson, Annabelle Charlton, Jamie Hyam also in the mix. But it's going to go Absolute and Stay Strong 1 and 2. Sorted in 3. Preston Pirates in 4. Race 104, Open 17-18. Arne Esselmont, Dexter Gambe, Brandon Mallon in this one. Belfast City BMX Club inside the top 5. Eddie Cannons, Thomas Wilson, Cody Whitaker, Sebastian Hamblin, and Liam Doyle. Race 105, Sam Smith, Lewis Fletcher, Alex Stokes, Charlie Bigger, Josh Sparrow, Joseph Scurry Curry. In there in 2, I think. And Kean Brown out of Knowsley. So BMX 365 out in front. Got a feeling that is Lewis Fletcher. Scurry Curry in there in 2. Alexander Stokes in 5. Kean Brown going through in 4. Race 106, Scott Monroe Higgs, Keanu Schaefer-Cohen, Josh Kate, Zach Green, Harvey Milbank, Ruben Smith, and Callum Daly. Callum in there in 7th. Harvey Milbank on that 20 plate, doing it for Braintree. Got a feeling he's inside the top 5. So 96 is the motor on track. I won't go back to it, simply because by the time I get there, the race will be over anyway. So Moto 96 on track. Pick your favourites. Includes a rider from Rab Racing, I think that is. A couple of Divide riders. Yeah, I think it is Elliot Brook actually in there in 2. Somebody from SAS Race Team. I've got a feeling that might be one of the Hamblins going through. As we move on to race number 107, George Gerard, Jaden Seawards. 1 and 2 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Doing a good job. 17, that belongs to Che Young out of the Hawks. Lewis Longley in there as well. Going through. Ben Fitzsimmons, Owen Putland, Curtis Fakutis, and Kieran Benachrist. But it's going to be a Hard Knocks 1-2 with Gerard and Fawcett. Gerard and Seaward even taking it to the line. Mixing them up. Race 108, Tyrese Bradshaw. Don't think I've ever called him by Bradshaw. I've always called him Bradshaw. Anyway, he's in there in 1. Connor Hudson, Ash Walker, Aaron Holloway, Ross Sharp. Back on a bike. Still not as fast as his dad. George Higley in there as well. Apparently Higley and Hoggart having a battle on the cruiser, I believe.
Honestly,
bit of a hype battle.
If you've got either one of them on Facebook or Instagram,
yeah,
it's honestly quality. It's like our own very own soap, but at BMX.
It's like Tyson Fury versus, I don't know, pick a boxer.
Anthony Joshua will go
Anthony
for.
Joshua. Yeah. Without the money.
Who's out of whose
talent,
league, though?
You know. All that rigmarole. Anyway, Moto 109, Lewis.
109. Adam Brazil, that was, out front in that one. Completely missed that. I do apologise. As race 110 hits the track, heading into turn number 2, Adam Gilbert in there in the 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, Finn Clark. Birmingham NRT on the 5 plate. Them 2 guys looking good out front. Sean Tobin, he's in there in that 3 spot, doing it for Jump Club. S&M Source, and that looks like Halo Wheels race team.
BMXHype.com, listen up. We need Jess Marriott to race admin immediately, please. Jess Marriott to race admin immediately. Thank you very much.
As we resume with race 111, Billy Looker, Stay Strong C&K in there in that 2 spot, I think it was. Yes, it is. Chasing down Callum Child Maple, Mixed Picks race team. So them 2 guys going to go 1 and 2 out of the final turn and down the last straight. With Camille Suleiman in there in 3. And that is going to be Reese Hogger in 4. Not quite sure what George Higley got in his moto, but I'm sure they'll both have something to say about that one later on. I think they're both staying in the same hotel as well. They've got a nice hot tub together tonight, so they'll be loving that one. As Masters hit the track, John Livingston in this one, leading it into the final corner for Moto 1365. Scott Beaumont in there in 2, host of the 96 podcast. Oh, okay. That's wicked. That'll be really good, that would. Are we going to get it on both podcast releases? Are you both going to release it? Or?
I don't know, to be quite honest. But we're going to get Scott Beaumont on the BMX Commentator podcast. I'll plug it once a day, and I'll plug it now. So, yeah, BMX Commentator podcast, wherever you get yours, Apple, Amazon, YouTube, Spotify, check it out. Got another guest lined up, sorted that out yesterday. Yeah, there's plenty of good stuff coming along on the podcast soon. So if you're not a follower, and if you could, I'd be very grateful. And everybody's given me really good feedback on it so far. Thank you. I genuinely appreciate it. Thank you very much. BMX Commentator podcast, wherever you get yours. Over to you, Lewis.
There's not much advice I'll give in life, but one of them is you need to give that podcast a listen, as do you with the 96 podcast. They are really, really, really good listens. They are fantastic for our sport, so please get behind them, okay? Encourage them. They are fantastic things to have, but without the listeners, okay, these things don't continue, so please make sure you are tuning in, week out. These guys put a lot of time and effort into the podcasts, and they are absolutely top draw, so make sure you are getting involved. Thank you very much to Rich and Scott for doing these sort of things. It definitely keeps the sport moving, keeps the sport going in a positive direction. So make sure that we are definitely getting involved with them. Thank you very much.
I didn't even pay Lewis to say that. Can I just tell you?
I do have a brown paper bag somewhere though, back in the van at the car park. So yeah, I don't know what that's from.
It's full of sausage rolls.
The best type of payment, surely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Although I have completely missed where we are now.
It's all right.
That looks like Danny Taylor. We're back on track. Race 116 vets. Danny Taylor, Zoltan Boudet, Lewis Allison, and Matthew Trincard, and Mark Steele all on track. That was Danny T taking the win in that one. As the Grand Vets hit the track, check them out. Alan Hill, your British champion, leading this one through into turn number 2. European champion on his cruiser. Was it last week in Verona? Last week?
Yeah.
Last week? Yeah, last week in Verona.
The weeks are passing too fast,
Lewis.
Lewis.
They are. They definitely are. May literally just came and went again. But it is Hilly, Reedy, 1 and 2.
Hilly will be E1 on his Zimmer frame when he gets there. He'll win that class as well.
I actually saw a video on Facebook. I think it was Hilly that shared it, actually, of him and Reedy in the 2009 Cruiser final. Have you seen that from Cheddar? Reedy looks at the inside in the last turn. Yeah. Alan had absolutely none of it, though. Gave him the shove. Reedy ended up over the top of the last corner. Not sure he'll want to relive their moments. Probably not in his top 10. But it was definitely a good race. Love watching that one. So thanks for sharing that, Alan. As we look at a Junior Open out on track, that looks like it could be the 107 leading it out. Danny Jake Montfort out of Peckham BMX Club going into turn number 2. That is Xander Mavawani right in there with him in that 2 spot, looking like Hard Knocks Bike coaching in there as well. That is Harvey Fawcett on the 243 heading for the final turn. In and out they go. Montfort, he's going to take the moto win by the looks of it. Right, Fawcett in there for 2 and 3. Miller Hughes in 4. Superclass hit the track, heading for turn number 1. 3 of them in this moto. It's going to be Jos Marnham leading it out for Birmingham BMX Club. These guys just going through the amateur section today. That is Mark Fletcher in there in the 2 spot. Got to be Dean Reeves in there in 3. He has been confirmed for the Olympic Games, I believe. Riding for Morocco, I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dean. But he's in there in that 3 spot, in and out of the final turn. It's going to be Jos, Mark, Dean, 1, 2, 3, down to the line. That's how they're going to take it as we get the last moto of the first set. Heading towards turn number 1. Stay strong, Clark and Ken. Cal Strickland's going to lead this one through. Who's in there with him looking like we've got George Hunt in there looking for a way through for Ice Bikes UK. That is Pure Bikes, Harrison Bell in there as well. Absolute Bikes have got Harrison Collis in the mix inside the top 5 with Casey Martley in there in 4, with Casey Martley in 5. Last turn action, Hunt's made his move and gone from 2 to 1. He now leads the race. He's going to take the win down the final straight. Strickland, Bell, Collis, Martley in that order. That's your first set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are going to look back up to the top of the hill. Cruisers, I can see them behind the hill making their way up.
Max Bojang, Albert Saliadzans, Finlay Shaw, Oliver Taylor, Marcus Mullen. Am I right there? Or are they in the motor? Hang on, let's work out who this is. Oh, that's Itai Jamira. Yep, Itai Jamira in this one. 355 is Jacob Jameson out of Belfast City BMX Club. Noah Bagwell, Billy Cheeseman, Louis Cheffy, Charlie Cotton, Freddie Toogood, Jacob Aston in there, Midlands BMX Club, pushing hard. In there in about 6th, giving it his all. As we move on, Callum Keane, Seth Byrne, Emil Challenger. But it is Isaac the Sender Smith leading it out. Rab Racing up there on the hill. Ant's got some interesting royal blue pants on. Are you going sailing after Ant? He'll be on his yacht later. That's what he'll be doing. Drinking champagne. So Isaac takes the win. If it's any consolation, Nance, Sam set you up for that one. She told me exactly what to say. Let's have a look. Huey Hall, Archie Bell. Archie out in front. We've got Bram Heaver, Aidan Harding in there in 2. That'll be Theo Davis coming through. Henry Ballantyne in there as well. Doing it for the Blackpool Massive. As we move on to moto number 180, the E4 of James Bibby. Picking up that plate out in Verona. Also picked up Trenchfoot at the same time. Jack Devine, the other E4 in there as well. So we've got an E4 and an E4X. Niall Elkindi, Akim Brazier, Harry Swales, Leon Waite and Archie Crocker White. All in there. Have I missed anybody? No, I haven't. As we move on to race 181. Oh dear, that looks like Joe Ruck. He's ended up lying in the first turn. He's picking himself up right now. As Leo Rowlands leads out the gang. Sam Riches going through as well. Harley Bowler in there. If anybody finds any Troy Lee gloves, green and yellow ones, knocking around, feel free to hand them in and we will reunite them with their owner, which I think is actually Louis Swales. So if you find any green and yellow Troy Lee gloves, send them my way and we will return them with their owner. Hello Abby, how are you? Are we all right? Yeah. Lauren Keller and Miss Gerard in there as well, Miss Grace Gerard for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That'll be Amelia Martin out of Belfast City BMX going well inside the top 4. Chasing down Bournemouth's Millie Ross into that final turn. Millie in there in 3, but it's going to go Lauren, Grace, Millie. Is Millie going to pick up the 2? Ooh, not quite. Iris Hyder and Eliza Powell in... oh no, maybe not. Right team, wrong rider. Never mind. Holly Hume, Mara McCarron, Lily Mae Gould in there. Sadie McSwitty, Freya Harris and Seren Pritchard. So they're all in moto number 183. Moto 184. Elizabeth Graham, Samia Hughes, Tyler Davenport, Elizabeth Lola Poole, doing it for Sorted Race Gear. Picked herself up some teammates this year, or this week even, in the form of Oscar and Izzy Rather Fast. Congratulations to you guys. That's Lainey Cordin in the inside the top 4 and the Nottingham rider in 2. Ooh, not sure who that was. Yeah, go on, 180.
Race 185 out on track, 12-year-old boys heading towards turn number 2. That looks like it could be Max Vass on the 420 plate being chased down by Harry Tyres on the 11 plate, but Vass on a charge down that last straight. He's going to take the moto win in race 185. That looks like Hunter van der Malion in there in 3. BMXHype.com, European number 3, Harry Donald charging into turn number 2. He's got... Smiley's Flight Club's Oliver Arnold in there with him, Max McNulty, Team Bunnies. on track, in there at about 6 at the moment. Heading in and out of that final turn, that looks like Tom Palmer in there in 3. With the absolute bicycle motocross picking up that top 4 spot, but it was all about Harry Donald in that one. Next up on track, we are on race 187, Henry Potts, Jude Huff, Roland Ells, Lawrence Bojang, James Miller, Riley Budd, and James Joseph Roy Pipe. South African jersey in there, Roland Ells in there in that 2 spot, chasing down James Miller, your race leader. Looks like he's going to pick up the moto win in this one for GT Factory. Ells in 2, that is going to be a Bruntwood National Race Team taking that top 3 spot with Henry Potts. Mabo UK heading into turn number 2. Ethan Rogers looking good, heading for the final corner, the 246 in there behind him, chasing him towards the final turn. That is Harley Steele out of Ipswich. Had a cracking move in his last moto. He's going to have to chase Ethan down this final straight though. But he's going to take a really solid 2nd spot. And that looks like he could have been Ralph Sowerby in there in 3. The 8 on the plate leading out race 189. That is of course Thomas Hoddywell out of Green Machine Tribe, who's in there with him, chasing him on through. Looks like we've got Bodie Markley out of Concept Mabo, Rustin Racing in the mix as well. Looking like Gilmore Green out of Cardiff BMX Track. In and out of that final turn, Green made his move. Goes from 3 to 2 underneath Markley in that final corner. Markley going to come back at him, not quite going to get close enough, so it is Green taking 2. British champ on track, that is of course Emily Eaton, the E2 in there as well. Brooke Fast Fawcett, she's in that 3 spot at the moment, chasing down the 6 plate, who's in there in that 2 spot as they bring it on round. Emma Kiss, so it is Eaton, Kiss, Fawcett, 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4, looking like Holly Diver out of the Titans, heading in and out of that final turn. Emily Eaton taking her 2nd moto win of the day. Nia O'Connell. Sorry, Ruby Warren out on track, doing it for the Titans. On the 19 plates, heading for that final turn. Warren BMX Race Team, Esme Ward in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Pure Bikes, Dakota Tucker. She's in there in the 3 spot. Anushka Jones in 4. SAS Race Team's Allegra True in 5. MCR on track. Martha Cotton on the 5 plate, heading to turn number 2. The 14 plate in there behind her, chasing her on through. That's Georgia Surtees out of the Hawks, under a bit of pressure though from the 11 of Nora Siret out of Team Mind and Bournemouth BMX Club, heading towards the final turn. The front 3 ladies have created a bit of a gap as they come on round. It is going to be out front though with Cotton as the rain starts to pick up a little bit. The 13-year-old boys now on track. Robin Matten Alonso leading this one out. He's got Isaac Shaw in there behind him, chasing him on through, looking like Leo Cranston inside the top 3. The Bruntwood Massive in there as well, picking it up. That's going to be Milo Weller on the 37 plate, heading for that final corner. Alonso though, he's got this one wrapped up for Peckham BMX Club all the way down to the stripe, with Shaw in there behind him. Race 194 on track. Cooper Westwood's in this one. Billy Harrison in there inside the top 4 as you head for the turn, but it is Logan Young leading this one out, the 18 plate. Here comes Harrison on the inside, didn't quite make it stick. The 18 plate of 2. That's Thomas Westmore under a bit of pressure as you head towards the final corner. I think that could be William Knowles in there in that 2 spot, looking up the inside. He's going to make it stick then, so Westmore shuffled back to 3. Young leading it out. Knowles, Westmore, Harrison in that order down to the line. Todd Smith-Notman out on track, leading this one out. Brody Geddes out of the Cumbernauld Centurions on his home track as one rider goes over the gate. That was Freddie Parkinson, I think. Freddie Richardson, sorry. So, on to race 196, Kobe Rayford, your European number 2. Stay Strong C&K, Smiley's Flight Club in there in 2. That is Nate Hamilton looking for a way through. He's got Toby Lynch glued to his back wheel though as they bring it through the straight. Harry Bailey's in there in that 4 spot, looking like we've got Ben Millington in 5. Freddie Richardson back up to his feet, finishing his lap. Put your hands together for Freddie. But it is all about your European number 2. Kobe Rayford taking that moto win. We are on to race 197, heading towards turn number 1. This one's getting busy as they bring it into the... Oh, one rider down. I think that might have been Noah Buttery. But out on track, we are looking at the 7 plate of Tyres. Leading this one out, he's got the 4 plate of Lawrence in there in that 2 spot. Nathaniel Eames in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like it could be Thompson. Caden Thompson. In and out of that final turn. Freddie Parkinson was the other fallen rider. But we are going to get Tyres down to the line in that 1 spot. Lawrence, Eames, 2 and 3. Put your hands together for Noah Buttery. He's back up and finishing his lap. Just going to check that Freddie's all right. Looks like Freddie's up on his feet. Put your hands together for Freddie Parkinson, ladies and gents. He's going to walk away. Race 198 hits the track, then 13-year-olds. That is looking like the W7 on the inside. Got to be James Cottrell. He's going to lead this one through for Rab Racing. Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there with him. That is Ned Guppy on the 8 plate looking for a way round. Is the Birmingham NRT rider on the 30 plate heading towards turn number 2. That is Heath Osborne. Didn't quite make it stick. He's now back to 4. Newton Hindley's worked his way into 3. Guppy, though, your new race leaders, worked his way around Cottrell. So Guppy, Cottrell, Hindley. 1, 2, 3. Osborne in there in 4. That looks like how they're going to bring it down the final straight. As one rider hits the deck in race 199. I think that was Matilda Sacharu. Let's hope that she is okay. Rin Gianolino. Back on her bike after a crash in moto number 1. Good to see her back on track for Team Bunnies. Put your hands together for Matilda, ladies and gents. She's up to her feet, going to walk away. But it is a Rin out front. Sidona Cleve in there in that 2 spot. Maddie the Baddie in 3. Anastasia Muhar in 4. Looking like them 4 ladies are going to take it through in that order. Put your hands together for Matilda Sacharu, ladies and gents, as she finishes her lap. Race 200 out on track. Then these are your 13-year-old girls. Heading into the turn, that looks like Jalala Patel out of Peckham BMX Club. Being chased down as they bring it back through the straight. I think that is the 8 of Lexi Cairns. Yes, it is. Alan's Factory Supercross. She's back up on her bike after a crash in her first moto. Good to see her racing again. So it is Patel and Cairns, 1 and 2. Crucial racing in the mix inside the top 3. That is Libby Copping doing it for Cardiff. On the 10 plate, heading to the final turn. DC Cycles in there as well. Isla Young on the 9 plate. That's going to be a top 4 down the final straight. Who's going to get 6? Ellie Moore. Can we please get Freddie Parkinson's parents to first aid, please? Freddie Parkinson's parents over to first aid. Thank you very much. As we get Ben Larkins taking the moto win with the 5 plate of Lucas Seeley in there in 2. Right then, 14-year-old boys race 202. That is the 1 plate Heath Thomas out on track. Pro Star BMX going 1 and 2 with the 24 plate of Ollie Kirby doing it for Green Machine Tribe. But look at the gap that Osborne has got. He's got the world number 3 in there behind him though. MEC will do it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. She's bringing it on into that final turn. Logan Widdowson on his new bike managed to make it this weekend. Wherever Dad is, just the 2 of them. So he's going to take that top 5 spot, I think that was. As MEC will take 2nd. Heath Thomas, your race winner. Right, 7 plate leading out race number 203. That is, of course, Bradley James out of Decoy BMX Club. Got Freddie Entwistle in there behind him on the 18 plate. That looks like MCR in there as well. Eric McSwitty on the 19. He's got what looks like Rufus Cousineau. Yes, it is Rufus in there inside the top 4 spot. Doing it for Mongoose Factory, bringing it down to the stripe, but James takes the moto win. Ty DS on track, Factory Supercross, taking it to him, racing up an age group into that 2nd corner, as smooth as you like. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got one race team in the mix, picking it up. That's got to be it's not. Eden Boone, I think that is. Eden Boone in there in that 2 spot. Yes, it is. being chased down this final straight. I think that was Lucas Tandy in there in 3. Didn't quite catch the number plate. As we move on to race 205, that is Luke Wilcox on the outside into the turn. Gonna make it stick around the outside of Mason Groves. So it is Wilcox, Groves, 1 and 2. Harvey Tomlinson's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4, looking like he's unsure at the minute, but he's got to take Kitson right there on his left-hand shoulder into that final turn. Who's gonna get it down the final straight, looking like Shaw's gonna hang on to it. Tomlinson, he's made his move from 3 to 2, but your race winner gonna be Luke Wilcox. Well, number 5 out on track. Stay strong, Clark and Kent. Look at this guy. He's as fast as you like. Bringing it in and out of turn. Number 2, Kai Bowen on a charge, ladies and gents. Heading for that final corner. Looking to make it 2 from 2. He's got the 6 plate in there behind him. Pretty sure that's Amos Guppy. Yes, it is. Riding out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. With Oliver James out of Fluent in there in 3. Moving on to the 14-year-old girls then. Macy Richardson, Daisy Knowles, Lottie McFarlane, Lottie Brown and Ava Wright. Wright's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, European number 4, Lottie Brown, Absolute Bicycle Motocross. So it's Absolute and Concept Mabo 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like Peterborough in there in 3. Lottie McFarlane on the 13 plate. Manchester's in the mix as well with Daisy Knowles on the 12 heading into the final turn. That's Macy Richardson out of CGR in there in 5, but it's going to be Brown taking the moto win. These 2 ladies were battling it out in their first moto as well. It's Ailey Watson and Amelia Everly. Your European number 5 is on the outside looking in at the moment. In there in that 2 spot, chasing down Watson, your national number 2. Doing it for BMX with a photography. That looks like Green Machine in there as well. Heading for that final corner, Grace Burge. Oh, the move came in the final corner. Everly works her way from 2 to 1. Watson drops back to 3. Burge takes over that 2nd spot. Everly takes your moto win. 15-year-old boys heading into turn number 2. Caden Dunn on the outside, looking for a way around the 17 plate of Lucas Webster. Webster, Dunn, 1 and 2 at the moment. The Titans in there as well. That's Lewis Collins Nemo heading for that final corner. Dunn around the outside of Webster in that final turn. He's made it happen. He's now your new race leader. GT Factory going to take the race win in race 209. Race 210. Henry Rayner's in this one. The 11 plate leads it out. It is Henry. Looking good at the moment. Who's that in there behind him? The 274. Scott McCallum out of the Centurions. Have you guys got a new jersey for this race? Yes? Right, okay, I'm just figuring that out now. I'm getting there. Getting there eventually, slowly but surely. It's a very nice jersey. The Centurions. Well represented this weekend on the home track. As we look at Cody Coker. Doing it for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. I believe he's your current points leader in this age category in the 15s. He's got Noah Everly in there behind him. Pretty sure the Everlys had to get a whole new race jersey for the race in Verona. So they're all repping them new jerseys. Race 212.
Right, 212 is your moto. William Alfie Harrison in this one. Joe Little, Angus Graham, Louis Pinder, Archie Lamb, Jack de Jong and Oliver Coppin. Also, whilst I've got the opportunity, Mrs. Jane Montgomery. Mrs. Jane Montgomery. Not a name I recognise, but if you're here, we have your bank card. Your NatWest bank card. It's been handed in. Mrs. Jane Montgomery. So if you want to come and see us, you can have your bank card back. And if you don't come and see us, then we're going to order Uber Eats. So yeah, Mrs. Jane Montgomery, we have your bank card. Please come and see us and you can have it back. Right, moving on. Where am I up to? These are the ladies. Jessica Marriott out in front, battling with Ruby Moores, Annalise Cabin Carpenter in 3. That looks like the Divide Rider. Isla Radcliffe in there as well. Smiley Maloney and the Betty Brewer. But it's going to go Jess, Ruby, Annalise. 1, 2, 3. Race 215. On track. Got no Lorianne Carruthers in this one. She might have pulled it over for the day. Taking a bang in that earlier moto. So that leaves Megan Roy out in front. Sophie Elwood in there as well. Sabina Ashman. Lucy Groundwater. Doing it for the Irish Collective. She's in 4, I think. Bethany Coates and Charlotte Stanley. As we move on, the bank card has been claimed. We didn't get a chance to order Uber Eats. Probably. As we move on to... That was the moto with Lexi waiting. So that was moto 216. 217 now. Open 16s. 12 play of Curtis Copeland in 1. That's going to be Thomas Millard chasing him down. JTL Simpson Davis in there as well. Donica O'Hagan. Oi, oi, oi. Bit of a roll round on the floor. Jaden Fawcett and rider out of Peterborough, Bradley Goulding, having a roll round on the deck. Looks like Jaden's bike's had a bit of an issue. So Rob Walwork needs to get the Allen keys out. Got a bit of spannering to do. Have you bent your handlebars, Jaden? Oh no, it's your foot, is it? Oh, your shoe. Right, okay. I thought he bent his handlebars as well. What's that? Yeah. Ah, the 10-year anniversary. Right, got you. That's why we're confused about Uzu, because they've all got number 10 on the back of the jersey. Didn't fill us in on that one, did they? Eh? Kept that one quiet. It's all right. They keep making us cups of tea and feeding us, so that's fine. Anyway, into the turn we go. One rider hits the deck. Not sure who it was, but we have got James Clitheroe in there in 2. Where is Ellis Berry? Back there in about 6 at the moment. We're pushing hard. We've got Cumbernauld Lewis Cook in 3, but it looks like it's going to be Thomas Doran and James Clitheroe in and out of the final turn. Doran, Clitheroe going 1 and 2. Cook's in there in 3. That looks like Jaden Green out of Blackpool in 4. Ellis Berry picking off Jamie Dummigan for a top 5. Right, 17 to 29. Female, Remy Godfrey in there in 3. But that's Taya Gaynor out in front. Emily Green in 2, the 32. In that 4th spot, that is Chloe Tompkins out of CGR. Oops. Issues all around. Not sure who that was. I think it was Molly Simpson who's had a problem. Oh, pedal off. Crank off even. Right, okay, more Allen keys needed for Molly Simpson. Literally lost a crank arm in the corner. As we move on with the E6. Who's the E6? Evie Webster. That's Olivia Firth in 3. Megan Gerard coming through in 5. We had Lily Chiziwa in there as well as we move on to moto number 223. That'll be Emily Clinch in there in that 2nd spot, doing it for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. Chasing down Hannah Drew. She's got Caitlin Ellis on her back wheel. And also in the mix as well is Imogen Gibson. Good to see Imogen back on track. I don't know if Neil's here. I've not seen him. He might be here. He might be watching at home, wherever he is. Good afternoon, sir. Hope you're feeling well. And Hannah Baker going through as well. As we move on, Tilly McCrum in 2. We've got Jetska Hempstock in the mix as well. She's in there in about 4 or 5 at the minute, pushing hard into that final corner. Oh, big tumble in turn number 1. A big tumble, 17 and 18-year-olds. Somebody went down with a big old smash then. And I'm not sure who it was. But anyway, as we go in and out of the corner, riders picking themselves up. Jaden Seaward's up and okay. I think it was Dexter Gambay who went down hard in that turn. Jaden's rolling away. Right, we're just going to have to look after Dexter. I think it is. Oops. All right, we're just going to look after Dexter. Because I think the lights were out for a couple of seconds, so we're just going to do the necessaries. All right, so yes, it is the 10th anniversary year for, is it 10th year? 10th anniversary? Yeah, of our friends here at Cumbernauld Centurions. And can I just say, every time we have come north for a national, it has been absolutely bob on. It really has been good. They really do look after us and do a great job here at Cumbernauld. So, as it is the 10th anniversary for Cumbernauld Centurions, should we just give them a big round of applause and wish them well on their 10th anniversary? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate that. They've not even paid me to do that. Can you believe it? They're just sorting me out a brown envelope full of Tunnock's, whatchamacallit, biscuits now. That's... Can I just tell you, photographers don't like black jerseys because it confuses them. Everybody looks the same. Suzanne McHugh's getting really grumpy about it as well. So don't wear black jerseys if you can help it for photographers. Because they get all stressed. So what have we got coming up then, Lewis? So over the next few weeks, we've got Manchester National in a couple of weeks. Going back down to Plattfields, that'll be good.
Hang on. Oh, we're on now. Yeah, it's always good to go to Plattfields. We love it there. Then a couple of weeks after that, I believe it's Birmingham National.
It is.
Which will wrap up the National Series.
That's going to be the National Series done.
I know.
In July.
First week of July. Well, like first weekend of July, we're going to have all the Nationals done. And then we've got a big old break. What is it, about 4 or 5 weeks?
Yeah,
until
more than that, I think.
Yeah, is it? About 6 weeks?
Yeah.
I'll have a look at that in a second. Yeah.
Well, the next one after that's the Brits, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So it's best part 2 months.
We have got a little bit of something to break that up, though. We've obviously got the Olympics. So the Olympics, yeah, the Olympic Games over in Paris. They will be on. I think the BMX starts. Is it July? Back end of July.
It's August the 1st and 2nd. The BMX
1st and 2nd of August. Right.
Is.
Okay. So 1st and 2nd of August. Make sure you tune in. Cheer on Team GB.
Yeah. Both of our riders.
Yeah, both of them. Although I don't think it's officially selected who's going yet.
It's not
officially selected.
Oh, Dexter Gambay. Give him a big round of applause, Dexter. That was a big tumble. Let's hope he's all right. And if I'm at home watching, I'm going to do a Facebook Live commentary for the Olympics, I think.
Oh, that'd be wicked.
So, yeah.
That would be really good. Yeah,
I'll do
definitely.
it on Facebook and Instagram.
Wicked.
If I'm not otherwise engaged in an official capacity.
Hopefully.
We'll see.
Yeah. But yeah, we've got loads of BMX coming up over the next few weeks especially. And then The Brits at the back end of August.
Yeah.
August bank holiday over in
we're off to
Derby.
Derby again. I'm looking forward to going to Derby.
Second year
actually.
on the bounce.
I like Derby.
We like Derby. Derby's a great venue for the Brits.
It is. Plenty of space.
They always hold a good event. It's been a busy few weeks, really. The Worlds, the Euros, then straight into 3 national weekends almost on the bounce. And then winter rolls back around quick, doesn't it?
Don't say that, Lewis. Winter was 10 months long this year, can I just tell you?
Winter's still 10 months long.
As the old saying goes, we have 6 months of rubbish weather, and then we have winter. Yeah.
And if you weren't already as cheery as we are... What race is up on the gate? That looks like race 226.
226 up on the gate.
17 to 18-year-olds.
Apparently, Lewis is going to start training over winter.
Okay, that is a lie. Let's
It's
get it on the
not a
record
lie.
now. And there's someone else that keeps spreading rumours about me. Where is he? He's
I saw
always
him-
behind me somewhere, Tyrese.
I saw him riding
spreading
cruiser
rumours.
at Birmingham Regional. Don't let him fool you. I'm not fast anymore. I can't ride anymore. He was flying.
I'm officially retired.
You're not
officially
retired.
retired.
You are not retired.
I heard someone came up to me the other day and said, "I've heard you're racing Copenhagen 2025." I said, "I don't know where you've heard that." So if you can hear me, Tyrese, thanks for that. Been going around telling everyone that. That's not happening, for the record.
BMX race team, the 2 minds. Yeah, I'm okay, thank you.
Over by the stadium at the top.
Yeah.
Who've
All
we
our
got?
traders.
Yeah, we've got DC Cycles I've seen.
Sorted.
Crucial, Salted.
B73.
Yeah, B73.
Crucial.
Pure up
Pure
there.
up
Pure
there.
over there.
Have we missed one? I feel like we've missed one and I don't know who it is.
Yeah, it always happens as well.
Crucial, Pure, Sorted, B73.
Done DC.
There's another one, DC.
Yeah.
That's 5. I think that is right.
That does sound right.
And the Food Wagon.
Yeah.
Mam's Thai Kitchen, who do really nice chips, can I just tell you? The chips are amazing. Cafe C for your burgers and hot dogs.
Hot dogs, apparently.
Hot dogs.
Yeah. So according to Des McCrum, they're hot dogs.
I thought they were hot dogs in this part of the world.
Oh, right.
Right,
Racing.
Are we off?
Oh, right. Apologies to your ears for the last 5 minutes of what we won't call entertainment.
Randomness.
Who is it? Is that you?
I think it's me.
It's you, is it?
It's me. 226 is your motor. Ben Fitzsimmons, Harvey Milbank, Owen Putland. Owen's in there in 2. Liam Doyle. Alex Stokes in there as well. Thomas Wilson, Scott Munro-Higgs, and Josh Sparrow. Alvin Nuneaton, not related to Jack Sparrow of Pirates of the Caribbean fame. Race 227, Charlie Bigger. In this one, Brandon Mallon, Sebastian Hamlin, Che Young, George Gerard, Josh Cates, and Kean Brown. Those are the guys in Moto 227. George Gerard leaning out of the final corner for Hard Knocks. Che Young going through as well. Hamlin in there in 3. And Brandon Mallon going through in about 5 or 6. Race 28, Scurry Curry. In there in 3, Lewis Longley in 4. Kieran Benachrist in there as well. In about 5th spot, 6th spot even. And Keanu Schaefer-Cohen in the mix as well. Cody Whitaker. As we move on to race 229, Billy Luckhurst doing it for the gram, always. That'll be Tyrese Bradshaw out front. George Higley doing it better than Reese Hoggart, apparently. The hype battle continues. Joshua Izzard, Marcel Moore, Dan Dixon in Moto number 229. Moto 230, Adam Gilbert, Adam Brazil, Connor Hedges. Jack Watson, Luke Davis-Hayes inside the top 4, Ash Walker, and a Connor Hudson. That'll be Adam Gilbert, I think, out in front. Connor Hedges in there in 2, Adam Brazil in 3. Luke Davies-Hayes back there in 5. Is he going to get shuffled back to 6? No, he's not. Mosul 231, Finley Clark in there in that second position. Callum Chard-Maple also in there, chasing down Ross Sharp. Still not as fast as his dad. He's out in front though, so he clearly is going quickly. Jamie O'Hara in there in 4th. As we move on to Motul 232, Holloway, Hoggart, Watson, Tobin, Randall and Elliott. And yep, guys going well in that one. Finley Randall on the 29 plate out of Redditch. He's in there in about 5, chasing down Reese Hoggart in 4. Motul 233. Masters 30 plus, John Lillingston, Chris Granger on a race bike. Not on his classic McNeil anymore, his park bike. And Peterborough's Darren Thompson going through as well. But it is Lillingston and Irwin. 1 and 2, Granger 3, Thompson in 4. Race 234, Dale Scott, David James, Scott Beaumont, Martin Brown and Ryan Jones. Smiley going right round the outside. Scotty Boom Boom Beaumont in there in 2 with a 2 on his plate. It's like he planned it. Doing it for the 96 podcast. So Scott will be appearing on the BMX Commentator podcast soon. We have discussed it already. Martin Smiley Brown in 3. We had the rave crowd alongside the first straight. Annie Chiziwa, Anita Wong, Fwon Clements, Claire Albert, Rebecca Goal and Sav Carver. Sav's on the OS 20. Custom painted, I might add, as well. She's in that 3rd position. Battling with Anita Wong. It's the Annie Chiziwa fan club on straight 1. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Fist bump there. Can take the girls out of Nottingham. You can't take Nottingham out of the girls, can you, really? Yeah. Every time they do a fist bump, they're only in the co-op buying milk. Whoop, whoop. Hang on, where are we up to? The Vets, 236, Danny Taylor, Hayden Taroa, George Salmon, Mark Steele, Matthew Trincart out of the Titans. 237 heading down the hill, Adam Boudet, Nigel Smith does about 600 laps a national. When you add in like cruiser 20-inch and practice, he's like riding everywhere at 3/4 speed just to save his energy for the next motor. Adam Boudet, though, out in front. Big Nige battling with Matthew Eaton. Lewis Allison in there as well for Ipswich. Doing it for the Switch. We love the Switch. I think it's probably one of the oldest clubs in the UK. They're definitely like 40 years old. They're up there with Royton and Midlands and others that I can't think of right now. Grand Vet. Look at this, Reedy and Hilly battling away. It's like that 2009 Cheddar video all over again. Craig Nelly Nelson never stops deadlifting. He's in there in 3. Deadlifts pies and donuts, but he still deadlifts. Race 239, Lewis.
Grand Vets. Out on track, Dominic Elliott, Stephen Fortune, Brett Archibald, Gary Carver, John Bentley, Mark Worley and David Knowles. We are nearing the end of the motos for the second set, ladies and gents. So if you're in the cruisers, you should probably be making your way to the pen area, pretty please. Thank you. It was the 1-2-4. Brett Archibald taking the moto win in that one. Right, Junior open out on track. That is Xander Mavawani right leading it into turn number 2. The 2-4-3 in there behind him. That is Harvey Fawcett out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. So them two guys going 1 and 2 at the moment. Here comes Danny Shakeman 4. Works his way from 3 to 2. Chasing down Mavawani right into that final turn. So it is going to be right out of the NSR Foundation. I believe that jersey is down to the line. Mavawani right's going to take it. Montfort, Fawcett in that order. Superclass men out on track into that first turn. Birmingham BMX Club leading it through. It is Jaws Marnham. Marnham heading into that second corner. The 605 of Harrison Bell in there behind him. That is Casey Marley in there in 3 with the Union Jack flag on his arm. National champion for the under 23s, I think that was. Last year in, pretty sure it was Gosport. So he's in there in that 2 spot, in that 3 spot down the final straight. Got Harrison Collis in there behind him in 4. Right, last moto, the second set, out on track. Cal Strickland on the inside, he's going to lead this one out. George Hunt throws in a high-low on him in that first turn. Strickland's having none of it though as they head into that second corner, so it is Stay Strong C&K and Ice Bikes 1 and 2 at the moment. George Hunt isn't done yet, looks for a way round Strickland heading for that final corner. Mark Fletcher in there in 3 with Dean Reeves in 4. Strickland, Hunt down the final straight. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Strickland, Hunt, Fletcher, Reeves, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is your second Rakamoto's done and dusted, ladies and gents. We are going to look to the top of the hill and await some cruiser action. So are we on? Oh, we're back. Right, okay. Race number 243, 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Hunter van der Malion leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got the 26 plate bringing it on round. That is Jack Swales out of Gosport. Adam Arnold on the 28 plate out of Braintree. Swales in there as well, Hort, Large and Labras. That looks like it could be Taylor Hall, in there inside the top three, heading for the final turn, but he's had the rider pass up the inside. That's going to be Jack Swales out of Fast Signatures race team, but Hunter van der Malion taking the moto win. Race 244, more 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. E7 leading it from the 23 plate. That is Oliver Arnold and Xavi Fox Cooper. Jamie Tablanche, Max Livingston, Bram Heaver and Paige Cathcart Cunnison all in there as well. But the front two riders running away with it at the moment. That looks like Tablanche, I think, out of MK Evolution. Inside the top three as they go in and out of the final turn. Gosport in there in 4. That is Max Livingston on the 516 plate. Looking like that's going to be your top 4 down the final straight. Bram Heaver with a late charge. I think Heaver might have just nicked the 4 spot. Livingston going through in 5. Race 245, Griffin, King, Cheeseman, Marco, Hickman and Duff. It is your European number 3, Frankie Griffin, leading this one out with Benedict Marco in there in 2 out of Bournemouth and DC Cycles. Gosport in the mix inside the top 3. That is Billy Cheeseman down the final straight, pushed all of the way by the rider out of Bradford. That was Aaron Hickman. He's going to take the 3 spot, I think. Yes, he is. I haven't broke it, not yet. Right, 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. DC Cycles leading this one out, Logan Young. Newton Hindley in there in that 2 spot, looking like Warren BMX. That is Jacob Warren in there in 3. As we move on to race 247, Harding, McCrum, Georgeton, Borrachini, Archer and Sturgis. Cooper McCrum out front in this one, doing it for BMX Widow Photography and the Cumbernauld Centurions here on his home track, having a cracking weekend so far. Going 1 and 2 with Hadley Harding down this final straight. Who's going to get 3? Looking like that might be Barnesbury's Mitchell Archer on the 404 plates. MCR heading into turn number 2 out front. That is Eric McSwitty. Robin Matten Alonso is there or thereabouts as well. Alfie Sim in the mix inside the top 4. Chasing down the Fluent rider just in front of him. I think that is Jack Walford. Yes, it is on the 166 plate. Heading in and out of that final turn. Walford under pressure from Sim. Here comes Alonso down to the line. Who's going to get the moto win? I think Alonso might have just nicked it. Yes, he did. That one was tight on the line. As race 249 enters turn number 2, Tate Kitson, James Cottrell both in this one. In and out of that first turn, Kitson and Cottrell 1 and 2. So it is Moto 1365 and Rab Racing at the moment. Caden Elkindi on the 856 in there as well inside the top 3 under a bit of pressure as he exit turn number 3. That looks like Caulfield on a late charge. Going to work his way from 5 to 4. Can he pick up the 3 spot as well? I don't think he can. It was Caulfield taking 4, Elkindi in 3. Right then, 15 to 16-year-old cruisers, Duran, JTL, Simpson, Davies. Going 2 and 1 at the moment. So it is Jump Club, CGR. In and out of that final turn, looking like the Titans in there as well. Or was that Joe Little? No, that was Joe Little. Doing it for Evolved Basketball Motocross. Got the 2 jerseys confused. He's going to take that top 4 spot with Bradley Davison in 3. Joe Penson Vogue in race number 251. He's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, chasing down your race leader out of MCR. That is Zach Chapman. On the 10 plate, Jack Labras in there in 3, but your race leader, it is going to be Chapman taking it right the way down to the line. Race 252, Stanley Palmer's in this one, leading it out. Your national champion from last year, going 1 and 2 with the 2 plate of Sean Brown. So last year's national number 1 and 2. Are 1 and 2 in this moto at the moment. Got DC Cycles going 3 and 4. That is Caden Roberts, Colby Hall. In and out of that final turn. Looks like Roberts throws it under Hall in that final turn. Going to work his way from 4 to 3 and bring it down to the line as Palmer takes that moto win. (15 to 16-year-old cruiser, race 253. Thomas Millar's in this one, leading it out from Zachary Tia. Louis Kaima, BMXHype.com. That's going to be your front 3 as they go into that final turn with Smiley's Fly Club up the inside. Going through in 4 and 5 at the moment. That looks like it could have been Jensen Ledgerwood Bar. Getting busy in that final turn. Yes, it was. Just in there behind Louis Pinder, his teammate. Alex Brooks on track, 1 on the plate, your national champion. Good to see him back on track after his broken collarbone, I believe it was. As rad as you like, down that final straight, going to take another moto win. Daniel Wilson in at 2. We are looking at race 255, 17 to 29-year-old cruisers heading for turn number 1. That looks like it could be Connor Blythe picking up the whole shot. Yes, it is. Blythe out there in 1. Who's in 2 and 3? Looking like we've got Watson out of Royal Air Force, and that's going to be Harvey Fryer out of Crank BMX Coaching heading into that second corner on the 28 plate. In and out of turn number 2 they go. Still looking good for DC Cycles out front. Who's in there in 4? Looking like Lou Davies Hayes. He's got CGR's Ashley Walker in there behind him in 5. But it's all about DC Cycles down to the line. Here comes Watson with a late charge. I think Watson might have just hung on to it. No, Watson went through in 2. Blythe was your race winner. Race 256 Longley in this one. Fletcher, Lodge, Mowat, Warbridge, Chadwick and Dwyer. It is, of course, Longley in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Lewis Fletcher out front. So Lewis Fletcher, Lewis Longley. The 2 Lewises, 1 and 2. All the way down to the stripe. I think that might have been Jack Mowat in the mix inside the top 3. No, it was Joe Wallbridge. As we look at Owen Putland and Connor Hedges going 1 and 2 into turn number 2. Wiggins in there with them as well. Luca Manzi in the mix. He's in there in 3. It's Wiggins in 4. Who's picking up 5? Looking like Kian Brown with Jack Needham in there in 6. Josh Sparrow in there for 7. But down to the line, it is all about Owen Putland taking the race win. (17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser). Oh dear. Right, okay, Lily Chiswa, your British champion out on track. Sorry about that. It's all happening up here. Lily Chiswa's going to take the moto win in race 258. Sorry about that, ladies. 259 heading towards turn number 2. The 2 on the plate. Olivia Firth doing it for Sorted Race Gear. EMV Graphics and the Midlanks. She's leading this one through. Got Annalise Cameron Carpenter in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Halo Wheels Race Team. That looks like BMX United in there in 3, I think that is. I think that was Molly Nice taking the 3 spot. Yes, it was. And Martin Alonso in 4. Sorry, I'm just trying to get used to our new gimmick up at commentary. Going to hand you over to Rich in a moment. We've got more 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Hannah Drew in this one, leading it out. Ice Bikes in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Yetska Hemstock. Flying on through out of that final turn. And Taylor Lee Mohan in there in 3, but Hemstock going to hang on to 2. With your race winner, Hannah Drew, down to the stripe.
Right, Moto 261. I finished stuffing my carb chips down my face now. Yeah. Amanda went, do you want some protein flapjacks? I went, not with me chips, no. Well, that's all right then, as long as they're all made. Oh, she's saying all the right things. Banana and peanut butter. Winning. Anyway, John Livingston, Nathan Abbott, Martin Brown, Ryan Jones, Chris Miller and Stuart Lorry. That is Martin Smiley Brown in 2. Chasing down John Livingston, Ryan Jones. Also doing it for Smiley's Flight Club, Stuart Lorry and Chris Miller out of the MK crew. As we move on to 30 plus female. Sarah Jane Nichols and Michelle Stupple battling away again. Lee Pendleton in there as well. Grace Turner, Lisa Tarling for the Nottingham Massive. But it is Michelle in 1. Is Nathaniel wondering what motor he's in? Is that what it is? .315. Where we go. Right, Lee Pendleton picking up the 3. And who got the 4th spot in that 30 plus cruiser ladies? It was Juan Clements, Becca Gold, Savannah Carver, Anita Wong, Nikki Sitch, Teresa Chalice, Kirsty Freer and Annie Chiziwa. Becca out in 1. Sav's in there in about 4 at the moment. Chasing down Nikki Sitch into the corner. Anita Wong in 2. Teresa Chalice with her razor sharp elbows. She's in there in 5. Yeah. Kirsty Freer going through as well. As we move on to 40 to 44 cruiser. That's Kingsley Mears out there in front at the moment. Rich Stevenson, Rob Harris, Andy McCoy and Chris Coltman. Andy Groves picked up the win in Moto 265 from Matt Eaton, Matt Swales and Craig Cordin. So, yeah, it's Kingsley's got this one pretty much to himself. Andy McCoy in there in 4. Rich going through in 5. As we move on to 45 to 49-year-old cruiser. Fraser Watson out in front. Stu Litton and Alex Stokes, Dave Stokes. 2 and 3 for the Evolve Bicycle Motocross Massive. Tony Labras in 4, chasing down Dave Stokes. Mr. Abdulal Kindi going through in 5. Philip Duff in 6. 268 is your motor on track. Norbert Marco out in front. That looks like Graham Stark in there. Simon Toogood, Scott Main. Big Nige Smith in there in 3. Graham Stark doing it for Andover. So, as they take it to the line, Norbert Marco taking the win. He's in there in 1. Love to see you picked up the 2. Simon Toogood and Nigel Smith. That was your 1, 2, 3. Right, 50 to 54 cruiser, Kev Sykes, Darren O'Brien, and Mr. Talker himself, John Bentley. They're going to go 1, 2, and 3. Julian Allen, who's desperate for some gears on his bike. He came through in 4th with Tim Drew in 5. Brett Archibald leading out moto number 270. Mark Cotty Cottrell in there as well. He's back there in 3, chasing down Brett Knight. Bath BMX, I think, are in there. No, it's not. It's... who's that? Oh, it's Duncan Coburn going through. Big battle going on. Gary Carver getting involved. Trying to pick up that 5th spot from Martin Merrill. Yeah, apparently now this is the Lloyds Bank BMX National Series. We didn't know that, did we, Lewis? We didn't have a clue. Saving it. Keeping us in suspense. Anyway, as we move on, 55 plus cruiser. The McRock, Raymond Reed out there in front, battling away with Brent Featherstone, Keith Brown, Billy Stupple and Simon Watson. This age group sponsored by Saga and Synatogen. Thing is, I'm not far off joining that age group. That's the scary bit. But Raymond Reed taking the win, the McRock, with a sub 40-second lap. Man's on fire. Chris Madron, Stevie Noble, Dave Knowles, Steve Needham, Jonathan Charlesworth and Fred Krausen. Fred out of the Titans. We love the Titans. Do you remember that film, Remember the Titans? Just about. Lewis won't. Lewis is like, nah, wrong century for me, lads. But Chris Madron taking the win. Stevie Noble in 2, Dave Knowles in 3. As we move on to our Littleys. 6 and unders, Oliver Bridle, Lou and Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, Henry Dodd, Ionis Chalkos and Isaac Tomlinson. Moto 274. Oliver, I think, is the man out front. He is. Lou and Jamira in 3, chasing down Benji Ross Foster to the line, and that might be Henry Dodd out of mid-Lancs, who's going to pick up a top 4. Henry Dodd, he rides Fast Friday at mid-Lancs, and then comes to Nationals as well. He's a true BMXican. 7-year-old boys, Roman Birdfield, where's Oscar rather fast? He's in there in 2. Arlo Payne, Finley Thomas, Rudy Pleasance Ford in there as well. Rudy's mum's got a birthday. We're not going to say how old she is, only because we don't know. But we'll suggest 21 and a bit. Link Hargreaves in there in 5. Did you say plus VAT then? You're going to get your head kicked in, Lewis, and not by me. Moto 276, Albie Blight, Teddy Gorman, Frankie Jones. Okay. Logan Aceto. Right, are we on the little ladies? I think we are. Hattie McGoldrick, where is she? In there in... Oh, she had a roll round on the floor. She has. Oh, Hattie. She'll be fine. We'll look after her. We're picking her up. We're just going to guide these riders past Hattie. We'll make sure she's okay. She's our little team superstar. She's picking herself up. Right, Hattie's walking away. Just hang on, Lewis, can you carry on for a minute?
1, 2. Oh, there we are. Right, we are on to race 278. I think that was Maggie Devine out front. Yes, it was. With a cracking lap time. Verity Kay, Matilda Hewitt, Tia Worthington, and Jagger Hines in that one. We are moving on to the 8-year-old boys. Just going to make sure that Hattie's all right. I've also been told that we've got another trader in the area. Magic Manda is here with her magic hands. Magic Manda is up at the ice tent. She is a masseuse by trade, so get yourself over there. She's doing massages all day. She assures me they are mega cheap. Des said that to me earlier about his Cafe C hot dogs. So make sure you get over there and get your massage via Magic Manda. As we resume racing with the 8-year-old boys. We are looking at race 279. That's going to be Henry Sullivan leading this one out into turn number 1. Your British champion looking good at the moment. He's got Callum Wood in there behind him doing it for Decoy BMX Club. Here we go then. Look at the scrap for 3. Dominic Zapanos on the inside. Looking for a way in front of Elliot Hatch into the turn. Christian Garbachik in there as well. And we've got Leo Brits in the mix. This one is absolutely stacked out on track at the moment. Look at the battle for 3. Here comes Zapanos on the inside, just in a little bit of traffic. Couldn't quite get round Wood as well. So it's going to be Sullivan, Wood, 1 and 2. Who's going to get 3 right the way down to the line? Here comes Zapanos. He's going to push his way through and take the top 3. Elliot Hatch in 4. Garbachik in 5. Leo Brits in 6. Ethan the Great White out on track, leading this one through from Jake Avis into that final turn. Looks like we have got the Brunty Massive in the mix as well. I think that could very well be Seth Robinson. Yes, it is Robinson inside the top 3, bringing it down the final straight. Preston in the mix as well. In there in that 5 spot, that one was tight to the line. I think that was Minna McAlpine in 4. Yes, it was in the Centurions 10th anniversary jersey. All right, race 281, Emerson Tucker's in this one in there in 2, chasing down Oscar Marco out front, doing it for Bournemouth and DC Cycles on an absolute charge earlier on. Was talking to the Marco family earlier this morning. They were all up for today's racing and having a cracking day, all of them are. So Oscar takes the motor win there with Emerson Tucker in at 2. Alistair North rounding out your podium spots. Antek Perevny out on track, looking like he's got Bronte massive in there with him. Alexander Gilbert, Nathan Murray in there inside the top 3, I believe that is, into that final corner, the northeast in there as well. I think that might be Carter Ketton. We've got clubs there. Sorry about this, I'm just getting used to my fancy new bit of kit. Oh, this has club names on it. So, made a meal of that one. Oakley Hill it was in there in 4. Nathan Murray in at 3. As we move on to the 8-year-old girls. This is wicked. Right, British champion. No, we've jumped the gun. We've gone one race too early. Have we? Okay, I've lost a moto somewhere. There we are. Race 284. That is Charlie Dowson out front. Sorry, I completely missed the race that was going around the track, didn't I? Right, Dowson in there in that one spot. Look at the battle for 2. Looking like Westwood just received the left elbow out of that final turn. That's going to be Rex Ford. So Dowson, Ford, Westwood, 1, 2, 3. That looks like the Centurions going through in 4. That was Aston John Lee. Race 285. Ollie Bird, Jack Haynes, Eric Kincaid, Jake James, Elliot Worley, Jackson, Chapman Davies, Theodore Dantas and Benjamin Tanser all out on track. Heading into that final turn. Yeah. Jack Haynes leading this one through. Down the final straight, that looks like a CGR in there in that 2 spot. Ollie Bird bringing it right the way down to the stripe. Jake James was in the mix as well. That was him taking a top 3 spot with a Kincaid in a 4. That looks like Hendrix Hines out on track. Yes, it is leading it through. The rider out of the northeast in there in that 3 spots. That's going to be Thomas Giles. Hines bringing it home in and out of that final corner. That could very well be Joseph Dewis in the mix as well. Bringing it right the way down to the stripe in there inside the top 4. Jack Belton it was in second. Hines, Belton, Dewis, Spencer, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jesse Rose out on track out of the northeast. He's in there in that 2 spots. Chasing down Birmingham NRT out front. Ethan Shaw, your British champion, in and out of that final corner. So it is going to be Shaw and Rose 1 and 2 at the moment. Blackpool in there as well with Hugo Ballantyne. Jack Kitching looking like he's going to round out the top 4 spots. Yes, he does. Nine-year-old girls out on track. 4 ladies in this one. And they are led away by Molly Tomlinson, I think that might be. In and out of that final corner, down the last straight. Doing it for what looks like Crank BMX coaching. Heading right the way down to the line. Your race winner was Eliza Powell, So Powell takes the win. Molly Tomlinson in 2, Charlie Hargreaves 3, Beth Worley in 4. 5 riders on track in race number 289. That looks like it could be Betty Wills, your European number 4, leading this one out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Down this final straight, Gosport in there as well. That is Cara Cross. Heading right the way to the stripe. Cumbernauld Centurions, Rosie Geddes. In there in the 3 spot, Florence Kay and Roxy Rowlands in at 4 and 5. 10-year-old boys out on track. Freddie Ray Orland. Check out this one. LCC going 1, 2, 3. Freddie Ray Orland, Teddy Jones, and Ronnie Wood. That's Wood in there in 2nd, Jones in 3. So it is Freddie Ray Orland taking your moto win. Benny Jackson. I don't think Benny was in that one. I didn't see him. Oh yeah, Benny was in that one. Well, I'm not sure what happened to Benny. Let's hope that he's okay. He's finishing his lap. He looks all right. Right, race 291. We are looking at Connor Hemhill leading this one out. Philly Munro in there in that 2 spot. That looks like BMXHype.com. Joey Tompkins, your British champion. He's going to round out them top 3 spots. As we look at race number 292, Rex Beasley. He's in this one. Wilson Eaton out of Derby BMX Club. In and out of that 2nd corner. I've just seen his mum's good luck post on Facebook. He's in there in that 3rd spot at the minute. Looks like it's worked. Emma, he's having a cracking lap at the moment. Down that final straight then. Beasley's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That was Oliver Richards out of Green Machine Tribe. Race 293, Preston Newmarsh Powell out on track, leading it through. Kyle and Gordon, I think that was, in the mix in there in that 2 spots. Leo Bradley, Thomas Henning, Isaac Jones, Edward Cordery, and Isaac Moore all out on track as well. The 319 of Edward Cordery. He's the one in there in that 2 spot at the moment, being chased down by the rider out of the northeast. That was Kylan Gordon. And that is Rustin at Racing in there in that 4 spot. Got to be Leo Bradley rounding out the top 4. Race 294, Watson, Dayton, Hewitt, Steinmetz, Robertson, Swales and O'Connell. In and out of that second corner. Hugo Dayton out of Divide Brand in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Murray Watson on his home track, doing it for BMX Winter Photography. That looks like Seb Hewitt in there in 3, doing it for Creation Cycles. Got a new couple of kits. I think Creation have over on the first straight. Pretty sure they've got a couple of new kits for this this weekend. As we move on to the 10-year-old girls. Grace Hudak, Sophie Bailey, Mia Kiss, Aria Rosalie, Jamie Puddock, Erin Toogood and Ophelia Shepherd. That is going to be Sophie Bailey leading it out, going to 1 and 2 with Aria Rosalie on her home track, repping the 10-year anniversary Centurion shirt. Having a battle out of that final turn, that's Grace Hudak in there in 3. Sophie Bailey looking like she's going to take the moto win. That one was close towards the line. Bailey, Lee and Hudak in that order. Race 296, Maisie Egan out on track. National number 2 from last season. She's in there in that 2 spot, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Chasing down Trixie Trays on the 14 plate, riding on that lovely new Evolve bike. Heading down the final straight, Trays, Egan in that order. CGR in there for 3. That's going to be Holly Richardson. "11-year-old boys." Harry Swales leading this one out, doing it for Fast Signatures Gospel. Looks like we have got Seth Byrne, I think that is. In that 2 spot, doing it for Decoy and Green Machine Tribe. Yes, it was. With the 3 spot going to Lucas Laurie. I think we might have lost a rider in that one. Or maybe the moto before. Let's hope that that rider is okay. As we look towards the first straight race, 298, 11-year-old boys into turn number 1. Harley Bowler in the middle of the pack. He's in there at about 5 at the moment. That looks like sorted race gear on the inside. Jack Devine heading towards turn number 2 on the E4 plate. He's chasing your national number 2 from last season, Leighton Harding. So it's GT Factory and sorted race gear 1 and 2. In and out of that second corner. Who's picking up 3? Here comes Fluent. That looks like Archie Bell trying to work his way round, and I think he's managed to do it. He's now into the top 2 spots then. So it is going to be Harding, Bell, Divine, 1, 2, 3. Who's in there for 4? Looking like that's going to be Isaac Smith out of Rab Racing and Preston Pirates. 445 on the plate. That was Archie Croker White out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, in and out of that second corner. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got Zach Everly repping that new Mabo jersey that he picked up last week in Verona. In and out of that final turn, looking like Green Machine are going to throw in the move. That is Samuel Richards looking for a way into that top 3 spot. Don't think he's quite going to find it. Who was the rider in there for 3? That was Louis Sheffy out of Bournemouth. Race 300, James Bibby in this one, your European number 4, and he's out front doing it for Pro Star BMX, going 1 and 2 with the Concept Mabo. That is Leo Rowlands, so Bibby Rowlands at the moment. Atar Jamira out of Crucial Racing. That's going to be your front 3 riders, bringing it down this final straight with the 4 spot rounded out by Akin Brazia out of Cycle Park. Race. Nice one. Race 301 on track then. Joe Rook in the mix. He's not in the mix, he's out front. Sorry, I had my face glued to this this lovely enlarged iPad that we've got. Right, Rook out front then. Brunty Massive in there in that 2 spot. Leon Waite bringing it down the final straight, looking like it's a battle on for that top 3 finish. Who's going to get it in to bring it down to the line? I think Albert Alexands was definitely there. Yes, he was. He took the 3 spot. Lucas Belton in 4. More 11-year-old action on track. Niall Elkindi in this one. Louis Swales, Jacob Jameson, Jet Thompson, Emil Challenger, Finley Shaw and Theo Davies. In and out of that final turn, looking like Emil Challenger throws in the move, goes from 2 to 1. He's now your new race leader, looking like Niall Elkindi going to round out the top 3 spots. As they bring it down to the line, the rider in there for second, it was Louis Swales battling with Niall Elkindi as they brought it down to the line. 11-year-old girls now on track, race number 303. In and out of that second corner, looking like your race leader could be, I think that was Samaya Humes. Green Machine Tribe in there in that 2 spot. Poppy May Kirby. Cumbernauld Centurions, Holly Hume in there inside the top 3 as they bring it down to the stripe. Grace Gerard just goes past in that 2 spot, looking for a way round in that second corner. Millie Ross in this one, Elsie Blight, Seren Pritchard. It is Team Mine leading it out though. Got to be Millie Ross heading towards that final corner. Amelia Martin, Mara McCarran and Tyler Davenport in there as well. Mara's in there in about 6 at the moment, Seren's in 4. That looks like Blight in there inside the top 3, bringing it round to the stripe. Race 305, Iris Hiders in this one, European number 3. Doing it for the Hawks and Pure Bicycles, of course she leads the race. Lauren Keller out of Gosport and GT Factory in there in 2. Elizabeth Lola Poole out of Manchester and Sorted Race Gear rounds out the top 3 spots as you head down the final straight. Lainey Corden in the mix in there in 5. Who's going to split them up in 4? I think that might have been Paige Cathcart Cunnison. 12-year-old boys on track, in and out of turn number 2. Roland Ells on the outside, heading towards the final corner. Oliver Arnold on the inside, he's going to be your race leader in and out of that final turn. Joe Douglas in this one as well, I think that's him in about 4 at the moment, bringing it down the final straight. Ipswich's Harley Steele, he's having an absolutely flying weekend, going to go through in that top 3 finish. Race 307 tyres, Miller, Palmer, Vass, Ajibaid, Fairley and Shepherd all in and out of that second corner. It's going to be GT Factories. James Miller leading this one out on the 2 plate, going 1 and 2 with Tom Palmer in and out of that second corner. Moto 1365 race team in there as well. That's going to be Harry Tyres on the 11 plate, riding out of Braintree BMX Club with Max Vass rounding out your top 4. European number 3 on track, Harry Donald, Henry Potts in there as well. Ralph Sowerby, he's in the mix, in and out of that second turn, so it's going to be Retro Racing picking it up as they come on round. I think that was Stanley Farmer heading in and out of that final corner. Henry Potts in there in 3, Sowerby in 4, but Harry Donald, BMXHype.com, going to take that moto win. Just to let you know, ladies and gents, we are going to be going straight into quarterfinals once motos are completed. So if you are in the quarterfinals, the first 10 or 20 quarters, you will need to be in the pens when that last moto gate drops, ready and waiting to go up to the gate for your race. We don't want anyone to miss any quarterfinals. So please make sure you are in the pens, ready and waiting when them quarterfinals are ready to go. Right, Mr. Race, race 310 on track, Ethan Rogers going 1 and 2 with Sullivan Collis in and out of that final corner. That looks like we have got Green Machine Tribe in the mix. Thomas Honeywell going to round out your top 3 spots as we look to the 12-year-old girls. Ruby Warren it is, leading into turn number 2 in race 311. Emma Kiss, Esme Ward, Martha Cottam, Naira O'Connell, Amara Fife and Georgia Surtees. Emma Kiss chasing down your race leader, that is Ruby Warren. Naira O'Connell in the area 4. Esme Ward riding out of Warren BMX Race Team in there inside the top 3. Sorry, that's MCR. Martha Cottam, she's in 4. Naira O'Connell in 5. Amara Fife in 6. And Georgia Surtees in 7. Brooke Fawcett, your European number 2, out on track. She's in there in that 1 spot at the minute, being chased down by Lewis Hamilton's little best mate. That is Dakota Tucker on the 4 plate, doing it for Pure Bicycles. So Hard Knocks and Pure in and out of that final turn. Who's rounding out the top 3? Anushka Jones on the 8 plate, riding out of this out of Jump Club. Had to think of the name then, although it is all over the shirt. She's going to take that top 3 finish. Amla Eaton out on track. Then look at that for a race gap. Heading into that final turn, your British champion on an absolute charge down that final straight. She's going to take the win for Pro Start BMX. 13-year-old boys out on track. Looks like Toby Lynch chasing down Todd Smith-Notman into that second turn. That's Isaac Shaw in the mix as well. James Cotty, Cottrell, Little Cotty's in there picking up that top 4 spot. Your world number 7. Into that final corner, it is going to be Allen's Factory Supercross leading it out though. Shaw's made his move in the final turn to go from 3 to 2 as race number 315 heads in and out of that first corner. It is Elvis Lawrence leading it out. The 2 riders out of East Anglia in there in 2 and 3. The 447 has got to be Cranston with Ben Millington in there in 3. That is Nathaniel Eames in 4. In and out of that second corner, still looking good for Lawrence as they head towards the final turn. The East Anglians looking good as well. Eames out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross rounding out your top 4 spots. That looks like it could be William Knowles out of the Brunty Massive. And Crank BMX Coaching taking it down to the stripe. Lorenzo takes your moto win. Solid lap. Race 316. Oliver Tyres, Heath Osborne. In that order, down the final straight, Harry Bailey, he's going to take that top 3 finish, pushing Osborne all the way down to the stripe. Tyres going to be your race winner.
Right, let's have a look. Nate Hamilton, Milo Weller in this one. Those guys going 1 and 2. Edward Miller in there in 3. Westmore Hinley, Georgian and O'Brien in the mix as well. It's going to go Hamilton, Weller, Miller. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. Westmore in there in 4. Race 318, Kobe Rayford, Freddie Richardson, Brody Geddes. All in this one. Kobe out in front. Freddie's in there in 2. Brody in 3. Peterborough's Caden Thompson going through in 4. Gabriel Townsend doing it for Bournemouth. And Harry McFarlane out of Peterborough as well. Rayford's going to take the win. Richardson's going to pick up that 2. Colby Rayford setting the fastest lap of the day in that class with a 35.538. As Ned Guppy comes out of the final turn with Robin Matter and Alonso. Those boys are going to go 1 and 2. Adam Stevenson in there as well. Freddie Parkinson did make it to the gate. He's come through inside the top 4. Right, 13-year-old girls. Moto 320, Jalaya Patel, Libby Coppin. Libby in 1, Jalaya in 2. Matilda Sacharu. For Peckham, she's in there as well. Madison Dixon and Isla Young are crossing the line. So it's going to be Libby taking the win, Jalaya in 2, Matilda in 3. Race 321, Rin Serafina Gianolino. For Nottingham, out front, Lexi Kearns in there in 2. Braintree Sidoni Cleve in there in 3. And we've got Ellie Moore and Anastasia Muha. Even, the C is silent, I believe. So it's going to go Rin, Lexi Sidoni, Ellie and Anastasia. As we move on to the 13, 14-year-old girls, 14-year-old boys even. Right, Muscle 322, McGovern, Widdowson, Turblanche, Wilcox, Beat, Spirit and McGovern all in there. Luke Wilcox, fastest out of the gate with a 2.555. He's out in front. UMB in there in 3, chasing down Logan Widdowson, who's moved himself into the 2. Oliver Sim riding for Midlands. The Midlands Massive. He's in there in that 4th spot. Had a fun trip out to Verona for the Euros. McGovern doing it for Decoy. In there in about, 5th spot. And as they take it to the line, Wilcox is going to pick up the win. Wilcox takes it. Widdowson picks up the 2. Ewan Beat in 3 with Oliver Sim in 4. Eden Boone, Freddie Entwistle, Tate Kitson, Emmy Seward in this one as well. Emmy in there in 4. Freddie Entwistle, the man out in front on that template, doing it for Birmingham BMX Club. Eden Boone in, Tate Kitson going through in 2. It's going to go Entwistle, Kitson, Boone, Seward. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4. Cooper McCrum rounding out the top 5. Ben Larkins leading out Moto 324. Heath Thomas in there as well, and Oliver James. That is your 1, 2 and 4 because Ty DS is in there in 3. Jacob Warren in about 6, chasing down Isaac Caulfield, who's in there as well. It's going to go Larkins, Thomas, DS, James and Groves. Moto 325, Harvey Tomlinson out of Merton. Elijah Jamir and Alex Dunkley in there as well. Tomlinson out in front. Dunkley in there in 2. That looks like Max Surridge in there as well. So as they get to the line, it's going to go Tomlinson, Jamira. Not sure who hit the deck then. Amos Guppy went down in Moto 326. Big tumble, let's hope he's okay. I think that's Freddie Franklin leading it into the final corner. So it's going to be Franklin to the stripe. Osborne in there in 2. And the Manchester rider Eric McSwitty in 3. David Furley rounding out the top 4 for Cumbernauld. Amos Guppy rolls away, which is good. Quarterfinals are going straight after the motos. Quarterfinals are going straight after the motos. As we move on, riders coming in and out of the turn. Right, moving on. Still with the 14-year-old girls. Amelia Reveley, Ruby Walford. On track in this one. 1 and 2, Grace Burge, Ava Wright, and Daisy Knowles. Ava rounded out the top 4. As we move on to the 15-year-old boys, Sean Brown, Henry Rayner, Caden Dunn. Sean Brown in there in 3, Caden leading it into the corner. Battling with Henry Rayner. Bradley Davison doing it for Runnymede, he's in there in about 5th spot. As they head to the line. Don't forget, quarterfinals are going straight after the motos. Quarterfinals are going straight after the motos, people. As Cody Coker leads out moto number 331. Battling away with Noah Everly. Everly's got his nose in front. Everly, Coker. 1 and 2. Eli Smith in there in 4. Lewis Collins Nimmo. Solid lap from him to pick up a top 3. Moto 332. Mason Lang and Finlay Collis going 1 and 2. Manchester are in there as well. That's going to be Ollie Cottam along with Thomas Kay. Joe Little doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross in 5. Anders Vicunius out of the Brunty Massive. Jamie Hayward in there as well. But it's going to be Lang bringing it to the stripe. Lang, Collis going 1 and 2. Who picks up that 3 spot? That's going to be George Chapman with Joe Little in 4 and Ollie Cottam in 5. Race 333, Matty Paulech in this one. Nathan Baratta, Louis Pinder, Joe Penton-Vogt, Kasperi Reynolds, Malachi O'Reilly and Callum Fleming. As they come down to the stripe, looks like Paulech is going to get it. Baratta got it, Penton-Vogt in 2, Louis Pinder in 3. Race 334. Lucas Webster, John O'Harradine in this one, 1 and 4 at the moment. Zachary Tier in there in 2, I think. Jack de Jong in there for the Cumbernauld Massive. But it's going to be Webster bringing it to the line. Harradine's going to pick up a top 4. Comes in 3rd behind Zachary Tier. Samson Townsend rounding out the top 4 with Ollie Coppin in 5. 15-year-old girls, Jess Marriott, Ruby Moores, Lexi Waits. 1, 2 and 3. These girls will be battling later on. Jumping Jess Marriott, living up to the nickname. Into that final corner, Ruby Moores taking the win. Lexi Waite's going to pick up the 3, Alexis McCartney in 4. Race 336. Sophie Elwood, Imogen Cockrell, Eleanor Curtis, Betty Brewer, Lucy Groundwater. No Laurie-Ann Carruthers in this one. She's pulled it over for the day. So Elwood's going to pick up the win. Cockrell's going to get the 2. Is Curtis going to get that 3, or is she going to get pips at the line? It's going to be a close one. Eleanor picks up that 4th spot with Betty Brewer. In the 3, Lucy Groundwater in 5. Megan Royce, Sabina Ashman, 1 and 2. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter in 3. Sophie Caniston in there in 4. Anya Mattern-Alonso in 5. Smiley Maloney in 6. As we move on to the 16-year-old boys, James Clitheroe leading it out with a 2.47 on the hill time. Finn Phillips, Reece Toole, Donika O'Hagan. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4. Zach Chapman in that 5th spot. Jack Shaw, Elliot Albert and Dana Waddell in there, but Clitheroe takes the win for the European 3 just from Finn Phillips. In there in 2, Reece Toole in 3rd. Race 339, Finlay Hoff, JTL Simpson Davis. Zach Twitchen in there in 4. That's going to be Lewis Cook in 2. Jamie Dummigan rounding out the top 5 as Finlay Hoff takes the win from Lewis Cook. It's going to go Hoff, Cook, Simpson Davis, Twitchen and Dummigan. Race 340. Jaden Fawcett, Elliot Brook, Romeo Kapai, Thomas Miller in there in 3. 4 even, 3 even, 2 even. Oh my word. Ellis Berry rounded out the top 4. Race 341. Thomas Dorr and Jaden Green, Curtis Copeland. It's going to go Doran Copeland, 1 and 2. Hamblin in there in 3. That'll be Jaden Green out of Blackpool, who's in there in 4. Braintree's Callum David coming through inside the top 5, but under pressure as they get to the stripe. (17:29) female Chiziwa, Godfrey McCrum, Clinch, Firth, Nice and Charlton. Lily Chiziwa battling with Remy Godfrey. Godfrey gets a nose in front. Around the final turn, Emily Clinch in there in 4. Chasing down Tilly McCrum. Molly Nice going through in 5. Olivia Firth in 6. Race 343.
Oh, we're back. Right, race 343, 17 to 29-year-old women. Looks like Tia Gaynor leading this one out for Moto 1365 race team. Evie Webster in there in 2 on the E6 plate, in and out of that final corner. Got Concept Maybeb in there behind her. That is Imogen Gibson looking for a way through as they bring it down to the line. Who's going to get it? The E6 or the 407? It was Gaynor taking the win. Gibson nicked the 2 spot on the line. That one was tight with Webster. Race 344 now on track. Amy Willets, Megan Gerard, Hannah Drew, Rosie O'Brien, Jamie Elwood and Molly Simpson. Hannah Drew in and out of that final turn. Pro Star BMX. She's going to pick up this moto win with Amy Willets in there in 2. Here comes Megan Gerard though. Makes her move, goes from 3 to 2. Takes the 2 spot on the line with Amy Willets in there for 3. In and out of turn number 2 then, a full race number 345. Emily Green chasing down your race leader. That is Megan Kirby. So Kirby and Green 1 and 2. Where's Caitlin Ellis? She's in there in 3 at the minute. Got Yetska Hemstock in there in 4. Her mum is Magic Manda up at the Ice Bikes tent, giving out massages. They're not free, as I was strictly informed earlier on. You do have to pay, but apparently it's well worth the cash. So we are now looking at Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leading out race 346. Jaden Seawood on the 3 plate, in and out of that final turn. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in that 2 spot, chasing Seawood all the way down to the line. Who's going to get the 1 spot as they bring it on through? That was Sebastian Hamling in there for 3. It was Seawood that hung on to it with Fitzsimmons in that 2 spot. Ruben Smith out on track, leading out race 347. He's got Lewis Fletcher and Charlie Bigger in there behind him. Zach Green in the mix as well, doing it for Derby BMX Club. He's in 6 or 7 at the moment. Having a battle with the Pro Star rider, that is Lewis Longley, in and out of that final turn. Thomas Wilson in 3, so it is all about Ruben Smith out front with Lewis Fletcher in that 2 spot. Race 348, that looks like George Gerard leading this one out. He's got Schaefer Cohen in there with him out of Hackney BMX Club, but it is Gerard out front, looking good for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Here comes Arne Esselmont up the inside. This guy is as smooth as you like. Always riding some form of jumps somewhere along the line. Trails, park, BMX. He's going to take the 2 spots to George Gerard in that moto. Joseph Keary out on track, doing it for Peterborough Phantoms BMX Club. Eddie Cannons, Owen Putland in there as well. Josh Cates in the mix. So the 2 Peterborough lads going 1 and 3 at the moment. Cannons on the inside, just about hanging on to that 2 spot as Putland looks and searches for a way round. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Keary. Putland 1 and 3. Cannons going to split them up in 2. 19 to 29-year-olds on track. Eddie the Hitman Cannons, of course. Forgot about that one from Cycle Park. Tyrese Bradshaw, Mabo UK, leading this one out. Wants to make it 3 from 3 for the motos. He's going to get a lot of stick later for pumping that 3rd straight then. We are not going to let him live that down all night long. So Tyree's going to take that moto win. Finn Clark, Sean Tobin, Aaron Holloway going 2, 3 and 4. Callum Sharp Maple on track on the 1 plate. Last year's national champ. Into that 2nd corner, he's got Adam Gilbert and Connor Hudson, who's put the big wheels down for the weekend and picked up the little wheels. He's in there in about 4 at the moment. He's just been passed by George Higley. That's going to look wicked on Higley Hoggett comparison websites, wherever you may find them these days. George Higley. We've got some quarterfinal sheets, so ladies and gentlemen, the quarterfinals are all now up and posted. Quarterfinals are up on scores, ladies and gents. We'll be going quarterfinal racing as soon as motos are done, so you need to be in the pens ready and waiting. Thank you. Ross Sharp, Connor Hedges, Adam Brazil going through in race 352. Sorry about that. Josh Izzard out on track, 14 on the plate, going 1 and 2 with the 4 plate of Billy Luckhurst. Out of Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Camille Suleiman in this one as well. In there at about 3 at the moment. Looking for a way round Luckhurst, heading towards that final corner. And that looks like CGR's Ashley Walker on the 40 plate, in there in 4. Masters on track. Martin Smiley Brown, Smiley's Flight Club. He's going to take the moto win in this one. Sorry about that. Darren Thompson in 3. That looks like Ryan Jones in 4. Dale Scott, Gnarly. On number 2 into turn number 2 for LCC. Who's that there with him looking like Oliver Richards doing it for Green Machine Tribe? Here is Arlo Steinmetz inside the top 3, the 6-7-1 in 4. Looking like Leo Bradley's hanging on to it as they head towards the final turn. He's inside the top 4 and looking to qualify through to the semi-finals for the 10-year-olds. Who's that in 5? Got to be Edward Cordery. Cordery, has he got enough left in the tank for Bradley down to the line? Bradley, Cordery, who's going to get it? I think Bradley hung on.
Right, the battle is between Kyle and Gordon and Isaac Jones for that final spot in the semis. Connor Hemphill in there in 2, chasing down Teddy Jones. That is Finn Munro in 3, and the 15 of Gordon has it at the moment. Jones is going to have to get him in the final corner. Can't quite make it stick. Gordon in that 4th position. It's going to go Jones, Hemphill, Munro, Gordon. Through they go.
Looking like Hugo Dayton and Rex Beasley were elbow bashing in that second corner for that top 4 spot. They're both inside the qualifying position at the moment as they are led away by Preston Newmosh Powell and the rider out of LCC BMX Race Team, that is Ronnie Wood. So Powell, Wood, Dayton, look at the move in the final turn from the Centurions. That looks like the 952 of Jamie Robinson. He's going to take it through to the semi-finals as the Centurions go wild on turn 2.
Right, Akeem Brazier's in there in 4 in quarter-final number 5. These are the 11-year-olds. Bibby out in front. That looks like Joe Rook in there in 2. Crocker White in 3. Who's looking for a position in and out that final turn? I think it's Harry Swales who's trying to get involved. Look at the battle as they go down the final straight. Brazier's going to hold on to it. Brazier holds on. Swales out in 5.
Archie Bell leads out quarter-final number 6 in the 11-year-olds into that second corner. He's got Harley Bowler aboard that EV1 right there behind him, doing it for Creation Cycles. Here comes the 6th plate of Rab Racing. That is Isaac Smith looking for a way into that top 2 spot. That looks like Seth Byrne inside the top 4. In and out of the final corner. Who's going to get it? Looking like Belton is just going to miss out on the final 4 spot. He's going to go out in 5.
Right, Leighton Harding and Jack Devine. Oh, Jack Devine drops it on the second straight. That's mixed it right up. Louis Cheffy in there as well. Noah Packwell's making his move now. He's gone up into second. So Harding leading it through. Bagwell, the 25 and the 19. Ali Edzans and Niall Elkindi. Elkindi's in the 4. He's got to hold it on. He's under pressure as they go in and out the final turn. He's giving it up to the 18, I think it was. That was Emil Challenger. Has he kept it? Yes, he might just have done it.
Here we go with quarter-final number 8. The 11-year-olds are Leo Rowlands on the inside for Concept Mabo. The UK heading into the turn. That looks like Ty Jamira on the inside working his way into that 2 spot. So it's Rowlands, Jamira. 1 and 2 at the moment. The 15 plate in there inside the top 3. That's Samuel Richards. He's got a queue of riders behind him though. And one of them is Zach Everly. He's best than the best of the rest at the moment in and out of turn number 2. Looking like he's going to take it through for hashtag 59. Rowlands, Jamira looking like they're going to bring it on through Richards and Everly in qualifying spots in and out of the final corner. Here comes MK Evolution. That looks like it could be the 49 or the 23 of Oliver Taylor. Here comes Taylor looking for a way past Everly. I don't think he's going to find it.
Right, Harry Donald leads out quarter-final 9 for the 12-year-olds. We've got the 4 of Charlie Wilcox in there in 2. And it's the 420 of Max Vass who's in that final qualifying spot. He left the door wide open. Luckily, nobody was there to go through it. Donald is going to make it in. Vass is going to make it in as well. Battling with the 24 of Ralph Sowerby.
We are looking at quarter-final number 10. These are the 12-year-olds looking like James Miller leading it out for GT Factory. He's got Absolute in there with him on the 12 plate. That's going to be Sullivan Collis heading towards turn number 3. Oh, looks like the Bronzy rider has come under a bucket load of pressure heading for the final turn. Harley Steele, who's having a cracking day, works his way into 3. Who's going to get 4? The 030. That's going to be Joe Douglas. Potts is out in 5.
Right, 2 riders went down in the first turn in quarter-final number 11. These are the 12-year-olds. Ethan Rogers is leading it out. Tom Palmer's in there in 2. That looks like the 8 of Thomas Honeywell in there in 3. And it's the battle between Hunter Mallion and Stanley Farmer into the final corner. Mallion's got it right now. Farmer dives underneath. Farmer, Mallion, elbow to... Mallion's got his elbow in front. Farmer's not done. Oh, so close. Transponders of truth will tell us the real tale.
I think the fallen rider might have been Adam Arnold. Just going to check that the rider in the first turn is all right.
All right, well, I've got the opportunity as well. As you all probably know, Milton Keynes BMX Club are subject to flooding when it rains, so they are in the process of trying to find a new home for the track. They've got a petition up, which is change.org/Milton Keynes BMX track. Change.org/Milton Keynes BMX track. If you can go and sign that petition, please, and help Milton Keynes BMX Club find a new home. They are desperate. They've been, repairing flooding, and then 2 days later they get flooded again. So change.org/Milton Keynes BMX track, I think it is. I'm sure that's right. Yeah, it is. Change.org/Milton Keynes BMX track. Please go and sign that petition. If everybody here got on the phone, gave it a quick signature, it'd be awesome. They'd have thousands. It'd be brilliant. So change.org/Milton Keynes BMX track. Help Milton Keynes BMX Club to get to a home that doesn't need pumping out every so often. There's our faller. I'm not sure who it was. Was it Adam Arnold? Let's hope Adam's okay. As we move on.
Quarterfinal number 12 up on the gate. Quarter-final number 12 hits the track. That looks like tyres on the inside. He's been shot out of a cannon, looking to pick up the whole shot in turn number 1, and he's found it. Mark towards Idlow. He's had an absolute charge of a first straight, and he's in there in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader. That's going to be Roland Ells in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? That looks like Smiley's Flight Club's Oliver Arnold on the 9 plate, in and out of turn number 2. Josh Jepson looking for a way round. He's in there in 5, putting pressure on Arnold, heading for the final turn. Out front though, tyres towards Idlow, both going 1 and 2. It's going to be 3 and 4 for Els and Arnold down the final straight. That's how they're going to take it to the semis.
Right, on to the 13-year-olds. Colby Rafe and Isaac Shaw going 1 and 2. Leo Cranston's in there in 3. That is Logan Young in there in 4. Who's on the back of him and looking for a way round? Looks like the 24, I think it is, on the 26 of Newton Hindley. Hindley and Young battling for that final spot in the semis. Young just holding on to it. Hindley's trying to go underneath him, can't make it stick. Rayford gets it. Young through in 4.
Ned Guppy found a way through that first turn. Oh, huge pile up on the second straight. Swallows up 5 riders. Everyone's scrambling for their bikes to get back up on the track. We've got Guppy left. He's going to take it through with Cottrell, and that looks like it could be Oliver Taylor, I think it is, inside the top 3. Looking like Freddie Richardson is going to be the man back on his bike to get into that top 4 spot. Then 4 guys going to take it through. Put your hands together for Freddie. Thomas Westmore. We also lost Heath Osborne, Robin Matten Alonso, and Gabriel Townsend. All them riders are back up to their feet. Put your hands together for them, ladies and gents.
Quarter-final number 15, these are the 13-year-olds. Quarter-final 3 out of 4. That looks like heading down towards turn number 1. I've got a feeling it might be Oliver Tyers. It is. Tyers, Notman, 1 and 2. Edward Miller in there in 3. Who's got the 4 of them? It looks like the guy from Cumbernauld. That's going to be Brody Geddes. Oh, Geddes loses his pedals. Oh, tuck and tuck. Well, not tumble, just got a nudge. Miller's in there in 3. Who's got 4 of them in it? Looks like the 35. That is going to be Adam Stevenson battling with Milo Weller. Stevenson into the final corner. Is he going to hold it? Weller's chasing him down. Can he get him? No, he can't.
The 11 plate in there in 3, that's Henry Rayner out of LA Featherstone BMX coaching into that final corner. Who's picking up that top 4 spot? In and out they go, looking like the 39 plate is going to be Samson Townsend taking it through to the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinal number 23, the penultimate quarter. We've got Eli Smith in there in 2, Cody Coker leading it out, Zachary Tia going through in that 3rd spot, and John O'Harradine in 4. Harradine's under pressure from Joe Little now as they go towards the final corner. I think Joe's left himself a bit too much to do. It's going to go Coker, Smith, Tia, Harradine. Little out in 5.
Last quarter-final of the day, ladies and gents. We are looking at the 17 and the 15 going 1 and 2. That's going to be Lucas Webster and Nathan Barata heading into the corner. Here comes Barata with a high-low. Can he make his stick? It's going to be elbow-to-elbow action, but Webster's got the advantage. The 27 plate in there in 3, Louis Pinder out of Smiley's Flight Club heading for the final turn. That looks like it could be Ollie Copping taking an elbow on the exit of the turn. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? It's going to be Finley Collins taking it through. Copping's out in 5. That's your quarterfinals done and dusted, ladies and gents. We will be going a semi-final racing at 3:15, so 3:15. We will be back with the semi-finals. Please make sure in that time you're keeping an eye out on scores for your races. And you are in the pens, please, ladies and gents, in the pens, ready and waiting at 3:15 for your semi-finals. Thank you very much.
Aaron Hickman and Charlie Labras all trying to get in there as well. I've got a feeling it is that Labras in there in about 6th, I think. Chasing down Hickman in 5. Is Hickman going to pick up that final qualifying spot? It looks like he's going to go Arnold, Fox Cooper, Arnold and Swales.
Check out Take Kitson leading our semi-final number 3. These are your 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. He's got Newton Hindley in there in that 2 spot. Here comes MCR picking it up inside the top 3. Gotta be Eric McSwitty. I think, yes, it is McSwitty. Heading for the final turn. Warren BMX Race Team. Jacob Warren on the 501. Looking to take it to the 13 to 14-year-old cruiser. A final down the final straight. I think he's going to hang on to it. Warren's into the final.
Right, 13-14 cruisers semi-final number 2. Here we go. Who's leading it out? Little Cotty in there. That's Robin Matten Alonso going right round the outside. McCrum's in there as well. Where is Alfie Sim? He was in 5th momentarily. He's back into 6th now. Battling with Walford into the final corner. In and out we go. Is anything going to change as they get there? It's going to go Robin Matten Alonso, Little Cotty, Cooper McCrum, Hadley Harding going through. Walford 5, Sim in 6.
JTL Simpson Davies got shut down out of the gate, and that means he's in that 2 spot at the minute, chasing down Thomas Duran out of CGR, heading for the final turn. That looks like DC Cycles in there as well. Caden Roberts picking it up, heading for the final corner. Vincent Coburn in a qualifying spot in this 15 to 16-year-old cruiser. Semi-final down the final straight. Duran, Davies, 1 and 2, Roberts and Coburn into the final.
Yeah, it's getting busy in 15-16 cruiser. Sean Brown in there in that 4th spot right now, under a little bit of pressure from the rider on the 9. That's going to be Bradley Davidson. Davidson getting up on the back of Brown. Looks like Zach Chapman in there in that 4th spot. There's been a change now. In and out we go. It's going to be Thomas Miller taking it to the line. Chapman's going to make it in 4. Sean Brown out in 5.
Alex Brooks, Rabble Racing TM leads out the 17 to 29-year-old cruiser. Semi-final number 1, he's got Arne Esselmont in there behind him. Who's that picking up 3? Got to be Connor Hedges doing it for Pro Star BMX. Oh, rider down on the 3rd straight. That was Josh Case hitting the deck. Who's that going to pick up that final qualifying spot? Blythe, Davies Hayes down the final straight. Who's got enough left in the tank? Davies Hayes looking like he's going to take it on through. Blythe for 5.
You're a poet and you didn't even know it, Lewis. Right, Daniel Wilson in and out of the turn. Owen Putland in there in 2. Not quite sure. It might be Pete Watson who's got the 3. And Mowat, I think, or Wiggins is trying to get on the back of him. In 4, Wiggins is in there. Luca Manzi in the mix as well in and out of the turn. Manzi looking like he's just made his move. He might have just run out of time and room. Wilson, Putland, Watson and Lewis Fletcher.
Put your hands together for Josh Case as he walks away. The 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser headed for that 1st corner. Chiswa on the inside, your British champion out of Mayo, UK, leads this one on through. So Chiswa going 1 and 2 with Olivia Firth as they bring it through the 2nd straight. That's Taylor Lee Mohan in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like the 4X of Anya Matten Alonso. Who's in 5? That is Trinity Cam out of Urban Air BMX, chasing down the top 4 riders, but it's all Chiswa out front looking good. Firth, Mohan, Alonso, 2, 3, 4, last turn action. Looking like the front 4 might take it through down this final straight. Can catch them? I don't think she can. Alonso pushes her way through for a top 3 finish.
Right, Annalise Cabin Carpenter, Hannah Drew, 2nd semi-final for 17 to 29-year-old females. That is Molly Nice in there in that 3rd spot with Amy Willits going through in 4. Isla Radcliffe in 5. Yetska Hemstock in there in 6. And we've got Jessica Taylor and Daisy Brooke trying to get in there as well as they go in and out of that turn. It's going to be Hannah Drew, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Molly Nice and Amy Willits making it through. Radcliffe in 5.
European champion Alan Hill on track in the 50 to 54-year-old cruiser semi-finals. He leads it through for Pure Bikes with Daz O'Brien in there in that 2 spot. Who's in 3? That looks like Pete Butler doing it for Sorted Race Gear. And the top 4 spot is rounded out by Mongoose Factory. Got to be Stephen Hassel riding out of that final turn, but he's under a bit of pressure. Here comes Gary Carver down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank? Hassel's going to hang on to that top 4.
Right, John Bentley in there in 3rd in the 2nd semi-final for the 50 to 54 cruiser. Worked his way into 2. Julian Allen chasing a bike he doesn't like, trying to work his way into 2nd. That's Brett Knight in there in 4. Kev Sykes has just been pushed wide. He's back there in 5. So it's going to be Archibald, Bentley, Allen and Knight Sounds like a really crap firm of solicitors, but it's not. It's the front four in a semi-final for 50 to 54 cruiser. Taking it across the line, C.I.C in 5.
8-year-old boys on track for their semi-finals, and the first one is led out by your British champ, Henry Sullivan, heading for turn number 2. Who's that in there behind him? The 307 of Elliot Hatchton for Russell Racing. Ethan the Great White is in the mix inside the top 3. Look at that scrap for 4. Dominic Zapanos, hard shot race team, around the outside from 5 to 4. He's been working so hard around the track already today, and he's making it happen in this semi-final. Sullivan going to bring it down to the line. Hatch, he's going to take 2. Zapanos, White to the line for 3 and 4.
Semi-final number 14, Antek Perevny going through. Jake Avis is in this one as well. He's been shuffled back to about 6th at the moment. That looks like Brunty's Alexander Gilbert in there in 3rd. Where is Emerson Tucker? Tucker's having a battle with Jake Avis as they go towards the final corner. He's going to get swallowed up in the turn and give up 2 spots. Gilbert in there in 3. Milton Keynes are battling for the 4th spot. Tucker's in there as well. Who's going to get it at the line? Oh, so close.
9-year-old semi-finals hit the track. Rocco Westwood exits left down that second straight, and it looks like the 232 got swallowed up with him. That was George Spencer. It is going to be Dowsing leading it out. Shaw in there in that 2 spot. Hendrix Hines rounds out your podium spots in this semi-final, but it's all about the top 4. Who's in there in 4 at the moment? Got to be Joseph Dewis out of Fast Signatures race team. That's going to be your top 4. Dowsing, Shaw, 1 and 2, Hines and Dewis taking it through. Put your hands together for George Spencer and Rocco Westwood, ladies and gents, both back up to their feet.
Semi-final 16, second one for the 9-year-olds. We have got Jack Haynes on the inside doing it for the LCC BMX race team. Into the turn we go, and as we go, oh, down he went in the corner. Took another rider with him, the 7. Oh, right, wrong rider. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong race then. Semi-17, Teddy Jones, and it was Freddie Ray Orland who was leading it into the corner. Who's got that 4th spot at the minute? That looks like Sebastian Hewitt in there in 4. Coming under pressure though from Joey Tompkins in the final turn. Tompkins in 5. He's looking for the 4. Is he going to get it? No, he isn't.
Ten-year-old semi-finals hit the track then, heading for turn number 1. Looks like Teddy Jones on the inside. Sorry, semi-final number 18. Second rack for the 10-year-olds. Benny Jackson leads this one out. Your world number 8. Who's that in there with him? The 10 of Preston Newmarsh Powell. Looking at the 17 of Ronnie Woods. Just works his way across into that 3 spot. It looks like BMX Widow Photography's Murray Watson in there in 4. Hugo Dayton's in 5 for Divide Brand UK. Looking for a way into this final in the 10-year-old category. In and out they go. Jackson, Powell gonna hang on to it. Woods gonna round out your top 3. Looking like Watson's gonna hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Right, James Bibby and Joe Rucker 1 and 2. That looks like Leighton Harding in there in 3. Archie Crocker White in 4. This is the semi-final number 19 for the 11-year-olds. Decoy Seth Burns trying to get in there as well, as is Emil Challenger, who's in there in that 6th spot. But it's going to be Bibby, Ruck, Harding and Crocker White going through.
The 11-year-old semi-finals are a go. Leo Rowlands leads them out for Concept Mabo UK. Your British champion, Ty Jamira, has just absolutely sprinted around the top of that first corner, and he came out in that 4th spot, but he's just had the move put on him by the rider out of Green Machine. That was Samuel Richards. It's looking like the 2 riders in front are Archie Bell and got to be Isaac Smith in a qualifying spot. Jamira scrapping it out down the final straight. Jamira's going to take it to the final. Rowlands is your semi-final winner.
Right, Iris Hyder leads out semi-final number 21, the 11-year-old girls, the 635. That belongs to Samia Hughes. She's in there in that 2nd position. Elizabeth Lawler-Poole in 3. And that is Seren Pritchard going through in 4 with Lainey Cordin in 5. So Cordin's going to have to push hard if she wants to make a move in this final corner. Here we go, in and out. Iris Hyder leading it through. Hughes under pressure now for the 2. Elizabeth Lawler-Poole in the 3. Seren Pritchard's going to get in as well. Lainey Cordin's going to go out in 5.
Semi-final number 22 heads into turn number 2. That is Lauren Keller leading it up for GT Factory. She's got Hard Knocks bike coaching in there behind her. That is, of course, Grace Gerard on the 3 plate. Millie Ross on the 5, rounding out your top 3 spots as you head for the final corner. Elsie Blight, Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there in 4, looking like she's going to take it through to the 11-year-old girl. A final in and out of that final turn. And down the final straight, Keller, Gerard, Ross, 1, 2, 3, Blight in 4. That's on the other page, Rich. That's the 10s, isn't it?
All right, yeah, it is. Pilot Jordan, I think, in there in 4.
Semi-final number 17, this is out on track. Oh no, sorry, semi-final 16. That is going to be Rex Ford taking that win. Down the final straight, Jesse Rose. He's in there for 2. Jack Haynes in 3. Who's the rider in 4? Looking like that is Thomas Giles.
Right, Harry Donald, this is semi-final number 23. Tom Palmer, who's actually been on fire the last couple of nationals, looking like he's going to make it in. Mark Tuzzadillo in there as well. 246 is Harley Steele out of Ipswich. He's there in that 3rd spot. Sullivan Collis is going to go through in 4. Tom Palmer. That's a solid lap from Tom. In there with a 2.
We are a go with semi-final number 24. Ethan Rogers has been shot out of a cannon after not being on his bike for even a week yet. He's going to lead it into turn number 1 for Team Mabo UK. Who's in there behind him? GT Factory picking it up. Got to be James Miller bringing it on through. Looking like we've got the 4 on the inside of the 11. Into that second corner, it's going to be Tyres hanging on to the 3 spot. Here comes the 420 Max Vass looking for a way around Charlie Wilcox down this 3rd straight. Wilcox hanging on to it at the moment. Here comes Miller around the outside of Rogers heading into the final corner. Rogers hanging on to it though, just laying off the gas down this final straight. Rogers, Miller, Tyres, Wilcox, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here comes Vass with a late charge, not going to get close enough.
Right, young ladies on track. Semi-final number 25, the 0-1 of Emily Eaton in there, who's got that 4th spot at the minute. Looks like it's going to be Esme Ward, who's in there in 4. Nairo O'Connell in 5. Where is Dakota Tucker? She's in there in 3. As they go in and out of the corner, it's going to be Emily Eaton. I think Emma Kiss in there in 2. Dakota Tucker in 3. Esme Ward's going to pick up that 4. And Nairo O'Connell, the unlucky rider, in 5.
Second rack of the 12-year-old girls. Ruby Warren leads them into that second corner. European number 2. That is Brooke Fast Fawcett in that 2 spot, picking it up as they come on round. Martha Cotton in there inside a qualifying spot in the top 4 at the moment. She's got Anushka Jones right there with her, who's looking to qualify through as well. The front 4 are out front at the moment, but here comes the rider out of the Titans. That's Holly Diver. Has she got enough left for Jones? Does it bring it to the line? Jones is going to hang on. Diver out in 5.
Right, someone ring 999 because Kobe Rayford is absolutely on fire in semi-final number 27. Guppy's in there, Shaw's in there. Who's got that final spot as they go towards the corner? Looks like it's going to be James Cottrell. Little Cotty in there in 4. Under pressure though as they come down towards the line from Cranston. Cottrell makes it in the 4. Cranston out in 5.
Nate Hamilton's in front heading into the second turn. He's got Oliver Tyres glued to his back wheel though. Todd Smith-Notman's in there in a qualifying spot in 3. Look at the gap between him and Toby Lynch, who occupies that 4th spot. Heading for the final turn. Lynch just trying to create a bit of a gap as he head for the final turn. Young's the rider in there in 5. Has he got enough left for Lynch down the final straight? It's going to be Tyres, Hamilton, Notman and Lynch all taking it through.
14-year-olds Kai Bowen leading it out. Guppy's in there in 2. Where is Heath Thomas in there in 3, being tracked down by that 7 plate of Bradley James, who's there inside the top 4. Harvey Tomlinson in there in 5. Got a little bit of work to do at the moment if he wants to catch Bradley James in this final corner. In and out we go. It is going to be Kai Bowen, Amos Guppy, Heath Thomas and Bradley James.
Ben Larkins leads out semi-final number 30 with the 5 plate in there behind him. That is Lucas Seeley heading into the second corner. Tidy S in the mix in there in 3. Looks like the 4 plate in there in 4. That's got to be Luke Wilcox heading for the final corner. That's your top 4 as it stands heading in and out of the final turn. All about pure bikes out front. Ben Larkins going to take this win in the 14-year-old boys semi-final.
15-year-old semi-final number 1, Cody Coker, Eli Smith. Where are they? 2 and 4 at the minute. The 11 getting pushing in there is Henry Rayner. Now the 15 of Nathan Baratta is all over the back of Eli Smith, but he gets caught up in the turn, and Smith has opened himself a little bit of a gap now. It's going to be in and out the final turn. Webster, Coker, Smith. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Henry Rayner in 4.
Noah Everly out front in semi-final number 32 for the 15-year-olds. Mason Lang's in there in that second spot. Caden Dunn laying the power down on the exit of turn number 2 for GT Factories. In there in 3, Lewis Collins Nemo. He's absolutely flying today, ladies and gents, inside the top 4 as he go in and out of that final corner. He's got this track dialed in, going to take it down to the line and make his A-final.
15-year-old girls semi-final, 1 out of 2. Megan Roy, Lexi Waite, Sabina Ashman, 1, 2 and 3. That is Sophie Elwood in there in 4. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter trying to get underneath of the turn and makes the move stick. Isla Radcliffe's in there in 6. Anya Mattern Alonso in 7. Charlotte Stanley in 8. In and out the turn. It's going to be Megan Roy, Lexi Waite, Sabina Ashman, just been overhauled by Annalise Cadman-Carpenter. But those 4 girls are in the main event.
National champion Ruby Moores finds herself on the outside of Jessica Marriott in turn number 2. So your world number 4 leads it out there for BMXHype.com. That's looking like Alexis McCartney doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross in there in 3. Who's picking up that top 4 spot as they go in and out of that final corner. Looking like we have got the 11 plate of Sophie Carniston. She's going to round out them top 4 spots as they bring it to the stripe.
Finley Hoff battling away with Thomas Millar into the corner in semi-final number 1 for the 16-year-olds. Curtis Copeland's in there in 3, and that looks like Jaden Fawcett out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, who's in there in that 4th spot. Under pressure though from Elliot Brook from Rab Racing. In and out the turn, it's going to be Hoff, Copeland, Millar, Fawcett just holding on. Brook out in 5.
16-year-olds on track for their second semi-final. Thomas Durad leads them out on the 18 plate. Looks like we've lost James Clitheroe out of the gate. Let's hope that to see him again tomorrow. So it is all about Durad and JTL Simpson Davies 1 and 2 as they head for that final corner. Looking like Finn Phillips is in a qualifying spot in there in 3. Who's behind them in 4? Looking like it is a rider out of the Centurion. It's got to be Lewis Cook. He's going to take it through. We're in that 10th anniversary jersey.
Right, moving on in and out of the turn. I've got a feeling this is the 17 to 29-year-old females, and that is Caitlin Ellis battling away. Taya Gaynor in there as well. Gaynor, Chizuwa, Green, and Ellis. That's you 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh, Caitlin Ellis has dropped it in the 3rd straight. Let's hope she's all right. Taking a bit of a bank. So it's going to be Gaynor, Chiziwa, Green, and the divide. Oh no, it was Tilly McCrum going through, making the main event on her home track.
E6 leads out race number 38. Just keep to the left, ladies, on the exit of the turn. We are looking at the E6. Evie Webster leading it out, going 1 and 2 with Remy Godfrey on the exit of turn number 3. Who's in 3 and 4? Garda B. Megan Kirby picking up a qualifying spot. Hannah Drew's in there in the top 4, riding out of Pro Star BMX. Just going to check Caitlin over. Just bear with us momentarily.
She's from Manchester now. I'll be checking the jump. She's probably battered it. All right, well, I've got the opportunity. I'm going to plug my own podcast again, the BMX Commentator Podcast, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, and YouTube. Interviews with lots of people from in and around BMX. Lots more coming up over the next few weeks and months. Trust me, I've lined up some absolute bangers for after the Olympics. I'm talking major ones. So, yeah, the BMX Commentator Podcast, wherever you get yours. Spotify, Apple, Amazon, and YouTube. And don't forget Scott Beaumont's 96 podcast as well.
If any of you were listening earlier this morning, did any of you hear him say he was only going to plug it once? That's at least a 3rd time, surely. It is a great listen. We said this earlier on, but just to remind you guys, The BMX Commentator podcast and the 96 podcast are both great listens, well worth your time, okay? Based around BMX and obviously the 96 podcast, BMX and Full Cross. So please make sure you visit both channels. They are wicked listens and definitely worth about an hour of your time per episode.
He hasn't actually confirmed a time with you. We talked about the game. No. Orioles are disgusting. Orioles are evil. I don't do Orioles. What happens? He's not broke his pedal again, has he? Oh, Jaden. I thought you were going to James. Did he? Don't know what to do anything because you just shove your rubbish in my pocket. So jog on. Right, Caitlin is up. That is nice to see.
We are ready to hit the track and resume racing. Looking like this is going to be the 17 to 18-year-olds into the turn. Reuben Smith leads it out from the inside. Who's that in there with him? Got to be the six-plate of Owen Pullen in the... Got to be the six-plate of Owen Pullen, the 742 of Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 3. Looks for a high-low on the exit of turn number 2. Who's in for SAS race team? That is Sebastian Hamling heading into the final corner. Looking like we've got a Scott Monroe Higgs in there in 5, pushing Hamling all the way to the line, but it's going to be Smith taking it to the stripe, tight on the line for 4. That one was close. Hamling got it. The transponders of terror.
Semi-final 40-second ones for the 17 and 18-year-old boys. George Gerard on the inside for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Absolutely shot out of a cannon. He's going to lead it through. Oh, he's got his teammate Jaden Seedham behind him as well. So they're going 1 and 2 at the moment. He's got the 3 coming through. We've got a 764 and a 291. 784 Eddie Cannons. The Cockney Hitman in there in 3. That looks like Peterborough's rider going through in 4. That's going to be Joseph Scurry Curry into the turn. It's going to be Gerard Seward going 1 and 2. Canners is going to blow your legs off in 3. And Peterborough in 4.
19 to 29-year-old semi-finals Origo. Tyrese Bradshaw, Mavo UK leads it into turn number 2. He's got the 12 of Connor Hedges in there behind him, doing it for Pro Star BMX. Adam Gilbert, Aaron Holloway going through in 3 and 4, but Sean Tobin, he's in there in 5, looking for a way round in the final corner. Tobin, high-low, Bradshaw, Hedges, Gilbert, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get 4? Late charge from Brazil, he's going to get 5. Holloway's going to hang on to 4.
Oh, he got very tight going into the first turn in semi-final 42, the 19 to 29-year-olds. Ross Sharp working his way in behind the 1 of Callum Chard Maple. That's Billy Luckhurst in there in 3, battling away with Finley Clark in 4. Who's got the 5? Looks like Joshua Izzard is in there in that 5th spot at the minute with a little bit to do in the final corner. In and out we go. It's going to be Chard Maple, Sharp, Luckhurst and Finley Clark making the final. Right, Pete, how long are we looking at? 10 minutes?
quite pure then. Of round number 5 of the Lloyds Bank BMX National Series 2024 is a go. This is United's 12-year-old Cruiser B final. In and out of that first corner, looking like DC Cycles is going to lead it on through. That is the 148 plate bringing it on round. Jamie Tablanche, sorry, out of MK Evolution, not DC. Looks like we've lost Percy Large. And Aaron Hickman into turn number 2. Both riders managed to stay upright though. So Tablanche leading it out the 667 of Ocean King. In there inside the top 2. He's got the rider out of Bradford looking for a way around him in that final turn. That is Charlie Labras. Looking like he's going to find his way onto the podium in this Cruiser B final. But your race winner was Jamie Tablanche. 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser A final up on the gates. We have got Jack Swales, Adam Arnold, Max Livingston, Xavi Fox Cooper, Benedict Marco, Hunter Mallion, Oliver Arnold and Frankie Griffin. Nine to 12-year-old Cruiser A final hits the track. The first A final of the weekend. Griffin, Arnold headed to the turn. Hunter van der Mallion on the inside works his way underneath Arnold. So it is going to be the E3. Frankie Griffin, Fluid Bicycle Motocross leading this one out. Here comes Smiling's Flight Club with Oliver Arnold in there into the 2 European plates going 1 and 2. Arnold looks up the inside of Griffin. Didn't quite make his stick. Hunter Mallion in there in 3. Xavi Fox Cooper in 4. Marco's in there in 5, but it's all about Fluid Bicycle Motocross out front looking good. Cooper's worked his way into a podium spot. Frankie Griffin's going to take the 9 to 12-year-old Cruiser final win. Oliver Arnold for 2, Xavi Fox Cooper in 3.
13-year-old and 14-year-old Cruisers heading into the turn. We are looking at Logan Young leading it out. Alfie Sim in 6 at the moment. Isaac Caulfield going through as well. Who's going to head into that corner? Jack Walford in the mix, I think, in that second position. In and out we go. So it's going to be Young going through. Caulfield in there in 2. Jacob Warnick was he got the second. Jack Walford in there in 4. A final for the 13 and 14-year-old Cruisers. We have got Robin Mattern Alonso, Tate Kitson, Eric McSwitty, James Cottrell, Cooper McCrum, Newton Hindley, Jake Georgeson and Hadley Harding. Thirteen, 14-year-old Cruisers, the A final is go. Cotty battling away with Kitson into the corner. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? Kitson. Oh, diving underneath as well. Eric McSwitty out of Manchester. That shuffled Cotty back into about 3rd at the moment. Battling with Cooper McCrum, who's in there in 4, the 3 plate. That belongs to Newton Hindley. He's there inside the top 5, but Robin Mattern Alonso getting involved as well. But as they go towards the final corner, it's going to be Tate Kitson Moto 1365 race team under pressure from McSwitty. Look at the drag race to the line. Kitson's going to hold on. McSwitty for the 2. Cooper McCrum picks up the 3. That's going to be fun watching Mum's video back later on.
15-16 Cruiser B final on track. Sean Brown leads it out for Birmingham National Race Team. He's got Joe Penson Voca there behind him in the 2 spot. Looking like we are going 3 and 4 with MK Evolution. And DC Cycles has got to be John O'Haradine and Colby Hall in and out of the final corner. All about Sean Brown though, going to take the 15-16-year-old Cruiser B final win. 15 to 16-year-old Cruiser A final up on the gate. We have got Vincent Coburn, Caden Roberts, Zach Chapman, Zachary Tia, Stan Palmer, JTL Simpson Davies, Thomas Millar and Thomas Duran. 15, 16-year-old cruisers hit the track. Millar got a great start, but he's got Duran on his inside heading for the turn. Duran's going to pick up the whole shot. In and out they go. JTL Simpson Davies looked underneath. Didn't quite make his stick, so he's in there inside the top 3. Heading for turn number 2. That looks like Zach Chapman on the inside of Zachary Tia into the turn. Tia just got a little bit skew with. Looks like we've lost Vincent Coburn in the corner, but it's all Duran out front for CGR. Last turn action. Duran, Millar, Davies, 1, 2, 3. Looking like that's how they're going to bring it down to the line. Thomas Duran is your race winner.
Yeah, B final is go for the 17 to 29-year-old cruisers. Jack Wiggins is in there. I think he's leading it through. Connor Blythe in there in 2. Battling away, Luca Manzi in the mix as well on that 7 players. They head into the corner. The 45 belongs to Joshua Cates out of Braintree. He's in there in 4 with Pro Starts Lewis Longley in 5. In and out of the final turn we go. Wiggins, Blythe, Manzi. That's going to be 1, 2, 3. Cates is in there in 4. Longley, 5. 17 to 29-year-old cruisers A final lining up. We have got Luke Davis-Hayes, Lewis Fletcher, Pete Watson, Connor Hedges, Owen Putland, Daniel Wilson, Arne Esselmont, and Alex Brooks. 17 to 29 cruiser, the gate drops and they head down the hill. Brooks on the inside for Rab Racing, heading in towards the turn. Daniel Wilson is club mate right there behind him. Connor Hedges on the outside. So it's Brooks and Wilson going 1 and 2. Hedges in 3, Watson in 4, Esselmont in 5, Putland's in there in 6. That looks like Fletcher in 7, Luke Davis-Hayes in 8. But Alex Brooks checked out and gone. In and out the final turn, 3 bike lengths clear on Daniel Wilson. It's going to be Brooks, Wilson, Hedges, Watson, your top 4.
17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser B final up on track. Looking like the flying start came from Yetska Hemstock, heading into that first corner, riding out of Ice Bikes UK on the 6X plate. So it is Yetska leading this one out. Who's in there with her in 2 and 3? In and out of that second corner, it's going to be Trinity Cam out of Urban Air BMX and Divide Brand UK's Isla Radcliffe headed towards the final turn. That's your top 3. Looking like we've got Green Machine in there as well. That's Grace Burge on the 7 plate, but the battle's out front. Hemstock looking like she's going to hang on to the 17-29-year-old B final cruiser win. A final for the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser. Up on the gate, we've got Amy Willets, Molly Nice, Olivia Firth, Anya Matten Alonso, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, Taylor Lee Mohan, Lily Chiswa, and Hannah Drew. Gate goes down, the girls are a go. Looking like Chiswa's had a great start heading for the turn. Your British chum looking to pick up the whole shot in the corner, and she's managed it. So it is Team Mabo UK leading this one through. Chiswa, Carpenter out front at the moment. Olivia Firth's worked her way into a top 3 spot, doing it for Sorted Race Gear and the MV Graphics. Pro Star's in there as well. That's got to be Hannah Drew. Halo Wheels in there in that 2 spot as they come on round. Taylor Lee Mohan in there in 5. Looking like Willets in there in 6, heading for the final turn. Chiswa out front, running away with it. Here comes Carpenter down the final straight. Has she got enough left in the tank? Chiswa, Carpenter to the line. Who's going to get it? Carpenter's going to nick it. Chiswa for 2. Firth in 3.
Next up, a final for the 30 to 39 cruisers. We have got Ross Bradley, Ash Richardson, Jack Hudson, Nathan Abbott, Agris Aliedzans, Martin Brown, John Lillingston, and Dan Popel. .30-39 cruisers heading down the hill. Martin Smiley Brown on the inside. John Lillingston in the middle as they head towards the turn. Lillingston with the whole shot. Lillingston, Popel, Brown. 1, 2, and 3. That's Jack Hudson, I think, in there in 4 at the moment. On that 4 plate as they head towards that second turn. The 9 plate belongs to Eliad Sands in there in that 5th spot. But the battle is out front. Popel's all over the back of Lillingston into the corner. It's going to be tight as they go in there. Popel steals it away. It's going to go Popel, Lillingston. Here comes Martin Smiley Brown looking for the 2. Couldn't quite make it stick. Jack Hudson rounding out the top 4.
30 plus women's cruiser A final up onto the gate. We have got Teresa Chalice, Nicola Sitch, Lee Pendleton, Savannah Carver, Anita Wong, Sarah Jane Nichols, Michelle Stupple and Rebecca Goll. 30 plus women's cruiser hits the track, goals on the inside, SJN on the outside, looking for a whole shot into the turn. You will number 2 is being hung out to dry. She's worked her way into a top 3 spot, so it's goal. Stupple, SJN 1, 2, 3, headed for turn number 2. Here comes Stupple looking for a way round goal into the corner. Who's in there in 3? Looking like it is going to be Savannah Carver. She's in the mix as they bring it on round, in and out of the corner. It is goal. Stupple, SJN, that's where the battle is. Lee Pendleton's in 5. Last straight action. Who's going to get it? Goal. Looking like she's going to bring this one home for absolute. Stupple for Ice Bikes in for 2. Hot shot take 3 with SJN.
40 to 44 cruiser, the final, lining up the A final. We've got Rob Harris, Craig Cordin, Andy McCoy, Matt Swales, Matthew Eaton, Rich Stevenson, Andy Groves, and Kingsley Mears. 40 to 44, the cruisers are go. Kingsley Mears getting himself out in front as they head down towards the first turn. It's going to be Mears and Stevenson. In and out we go. Groves is in there in 3. Matt Swales in there in about 4, battling with Andy McCoy. Here comes Craig Cording down the inside, but his pro starts Kingsley Mears out in front. Mears got, 8 or 9 bike lengths now over Stevenson in 2. Groves in 3, Eaton in there in 4, Swales in 5, Cording in 6. McCoy and Harry's battling for 7 and 8. But Kingsley Mears is going to take the 40 to 44 cruiser. He gets the win. Happy with that one. Stevenson, Groves and Eaton.
45, 49-year-old cruiser A final up onto the gate. We have got Scott Main, Anthony LeBras, Simon Toogood, Nigel Smith, David Stokes, Stuart Little, Norbert Marco and Fraser Watson. 45 to 49-year-old cruisers hit the track, heading for the turn. Looking like we have got Watson on the inside. He's going to pick up the whole shot. In and out he goes. Your European number 7, BMX winner photography, heading on through the second straight. DC Cycles in there in 2. That is Norbert Marco on the 5 plate, heading into the corner. Looking like the 15 and the 10 going through in 3 and 4. That is Evolved by Skull Motocross. Bringing it on round. Going to be David Stokes and Stuart Little in 3 and 4. Who's in 5? Simon Toogood out of Derby BMX Club, but it's all about Watson out front, taking it to him. He's going to take this final win. Marco in there for 2, and the top 3 is going to be rounded out by David Stokes.
Right, here we go, 50 to 54 cruiser B final. Gary Carver out in front. That is Kevin Sykes in there in 2, but he's all over the back of him and tracking him into the turn. Wants to get his way around. Cotty's in there in 3. That looks like the rider out of Bradford with Tim Poulter in there in 4. Stephen Notman going through in 5. Duncan Coburn in there as well. In and out of the turn we go. Sykes, Carver, Cottrell. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3 Poulter for the 4. 50 to 54 cruiser, the A final. We've got Brett Knight, Julian Allen, Steve Hassel, John Bentley, Brett Archibald, Pete Butler, Darren O'Brien and Alan Hill. 50 to 54 cruiser, the A final. Alan Hill absolutely flying. Darren O'Brien trying to sneak his way down on the inside. It's getting busy going into the turn. Oh, Butler's in there as well. So Hilly leading it out. The European champion in there in 1. That looks like Brett Archibald in 2. Stevie Hassel in there in 3. Has a sneaky look at where Darren O'Brien is, and the answer is right on his back wheel. O'Brien's riding it up now as they heading down the straight. Butler in there in about 6 as they go in and out the corner. It's going to be Alan Hill taking it to the stripe. Yet another win for Hilly. Archibald, Hassel, O'Brien, your top 4.
55 plus cruisers up on the gate for the A final. We've got Keith Brown, Simon Watson, Billy Stupple, David Knowles, Stephen Noble, Brent Featherstone, Chris Madron and Raymond Reed. Gate goes down the 55 plus cruiser. Bruisers hit the track. The McRock on the inside gets it all wrong and almost exits on the right hand side. So it's all about Chris Madron. The McRock's getting busy in the turn as well, throwing elbows. It's looking like he's dropped back to about 4, but it is Madron out front. Featherstone's in there in 2. That's the 4 plate of Billy Stupple in there in 3. So that's your front 3 lined up as they come on round. Who's in 4? It is the McRock. And the 5 spot looking like it's been picked up by Stephen Noble. Last turn action, Chris Madron, Pure Bikes, looking like he's going to take this 55 plus cruiser win right the way down to the stripe. Brent Featherstone for 2. Billy Stupple's going to hang on to that top 3 finish.
Right, here we go. 8-year-old B finals. Christian Garbaczyk out of Peterborough in this one. He's right there in the middle of the pack. Looks like the young man leading it out is Jake Avis. Avis in there in 1. The 3-4-4 is Alistair North out of Decoy. He's in there in 2. Garbachyk's working his way in. Emerson Tucker's diving underneath and looking for a way around as they head down towards the final turn. It's the Battle of East Anglia into the final corner. Avis and Garbaczyk, here we go. Avis on the inside, Garbaczyk diving underneath, working a bit of momentum. Jake Avis holding on to it. Avis is going to bring it to the line. Garbachyk's all over the back of him. Look at the drag race to the line. Avis, Garbaczyk, North. Oh, and I think Emerson Tucker got pipped for 4th by Seth Robinson.
Final 19 on the track. These are your 9-year-old boys in their B final. Jack Belton leads it out for Decoy BMX Club. Looking like he's got the 613 of Tobias Groves out of Mongoose Factory. Looking for a way round as he squirms all over his back wheel. Throws in a high-low in the final turn. Has he got enough speed down the final straight? Belton, Groves to the line. Looking like Belton's going to hang on to it. That one was tight. Who's going to get 3? That one was looking like George Spencer out of Rusty Nut.
Final 20. This is the B final for the 10-year-olds. Hugo Dayton, Finley Munro, 1 and 2. That looks like the BMXHype.com rider in there in 3. That's going to be Joey Tompkins in that 3rd spot. Freddie Ray Orland in there in 4. As they go in and out of the turn, it's going to be Dayton Munro going 1 and 2. Tompkins all in 3 and 4. Scotland, your rider in there in 5 is Jamie Robertson.
Final number 21, Harley Bowler, of course, leading it out. Pretty sure you can all hear Mum on the first straight. He's absolutely flying. Riding aboard his EV1, who's had in there with him, looking like Samuel Richards out of a Green Machine Tribe. Seth Byrne, his teammate, in the middle of the pack. In about 5 or 6 at the moment down the final straight. Looking like Never Everly is going to round out the top 3, but Harley Bowler takes the B final win.
Yeah, 11-year-old girls next up. This is final 22. Stevenson, Cordin, May Kirby in this one. Laney Cordin leading it out. Poppy May Kirby in there into, the rider from Belfast City BMX Club, Amelia Martin. Lost the pedals. Oh, now she's lost it completely. Oh, it all went wrong for Amelia Martin as she went into the turn and out of the turn, picking herself up, wondering what might have been. Meanwhile, Laney Cordin and Poppy May Kirby coming to the line. There's a big charge coming from Lucy Stevenson. She's going to take the 2. Oh, Amelia. Come back again tomorrow, have another bash, you'll be fine.
Max Vass has shuffled back to about 4 or 5. I think he's just slipped his pedal in turn number 2. So the race is led out by Thomas Honeywell, who has overtaken the lead from Joe Douglas, heading for the final corner. Mark towards Idlo, a last turn specialist by the looks of things this weekend. He's just threaded the needle and gone out from a 3 to 2. Looking like he's going to pick up that 2 spot on the line. Honeywell, though, takes your final win.
12-year-old girls heading down the hill. Holly Diver out of the Titans on the inside. Naya O'Connell's right there with her, and Nora Siren from Team Mind pretty much even as they go into the turn. One rider dives underneath. We've got Allegra True in there in about 5th spot at the minute, but it's Holly Diver from the Titans. Scotland, your rider is out in front. Let's have a look. The 904 is Clara Salmon. The 12 and the 20 Isabella Rutherford and Molly Fumey Carroll. So 12-year-old girls B final. It's still Holly Diver out the Titans. In and out the final turn. Naya O'Connell is going to pick up the 2. Nora's battling for a 3rd or a 4th. Ended up in 5th, I think.
13-year-old boys B final. That's Elvis Lawrence, your national number 4 from last year, riding out of DC Cycles. Look at the gap that he's built already. He's charging through this 3rd straight. That looks like we've got the Brunty Massive in the mix as well. Milo Weller in and out of that final turn. got to be Leo Cranston inside the top 3 with Freddie Richardson in 4, looking like Logan Young to go through in 5.
Final 26, 14-year-old B final. Harvey Tomlinson was leading it into the first turn, but guess who's come out in front? It's the 25, and that is Mason Groves. Emmy Seward in there in 3. Freddie Franklin's having a look round, and he's been swooped by the rider out of Cardiff, I think it was, or was it Elijah Jamira, actually? Out of Preston, and crucial, he's working his way for a top 3. But Tomlinson's made it back in. It's going to be Tomlinson, Groves, Jamira and Seward.
15-year-old boys for their B final up on the track. Nathan Barata leads it from Sean Brown into turn number 2. Looks like the template of Zachary Tia out of Jump Club. S&M Source in there inside the top 3. Heading for the final corner. Who's that in for? That is the 21 plate of Finley Collis out of Absolute. In and out of the final turn then. Barata, Brown. Looking like that's how they're going to bring it down to the line. But a late charge from Brown. He's going to nick the win. Barata for 2, Tia 3.
15-year-old girls B final. Cockerell, Elwood, Radcliffe, Brewer, Turn, Alonso, Groundwater, Coates and Stanley into the second turn. Sophie Elwood's lead now, and Matt Turn Alonso in 2, Imogen Cockerell in 3. That's going to be Isla Radcliffe in there in 4. Got a feeling that might be Bethany Coates somewhere near the top 5, battling with Lucy Groundwater. As they go in and out of the turn down the final straight, it's going to be Elwood, Matt Turn Alonso, Cockerell and Radcliffe.
No James Clitheroe in the 16-year-old boys B final, so it is the 14 out front. Sam Hamling going 1 and 2 with the template of Elliot Brook in and out of that second corner. Looking good for SAS Race Team and Rab Racing. MCR in there as well. That's Reese Toole on the 45 plate. In and out of the final turn, the 7 of Zach Twitch in Team Minor Bournemouth. He's going to take that top 4 spot as Hamling takes the win.
17 to 29-year-old B final, doing it for Evolve Bicycle Motocross. It is Emily Clinch out in front at the minute, wanting to make up for the disappointment of that semi-final. She's looking good into the turn. Molly Nice in there in 2, Imogen Gibson in 3. Who's got the 4? That's Amy Willets, being followed by Megan Gerard as they go into the final turn. Out in front, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, Emily Clinch. She's going to take the B final win. Nice is going to get the 2, is she? Oh, so close with Imogen Gibson.
17 to 18-year-old B final on track, the 14 of... Charlie Bigger leads this one out for MCR. He's being chased down by Scott Monroe-Higgs. And that looks like Arne Esselmont in the mix inside the top 3, heading into the final corner. Who's in 4? Looking like Keanu Schaefer-Cohen out of a SAS Race Team. Sorry, he's in there in 5. So the 17 plate going to take the 4. That was Che Young.
19 to 29-year-olds, the B final heading into the turn. Adam Brazil is the man out in front. That's Joshua Izzard going through into DC Cycles in the mix. That's going to be Camille Suleiman, who's in there in 3 with Jack Hudson right there at the side of him. Watson in 5. Sean Tobin going through in 6. Jamie O'Hara in 7. George Higley not winning the height battle in this mode, so he's in there in 8. In and out we go. Brazil, Izzard, Suleiman, Hudson. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 with Watson in 5.
6 and under A final up on the gate. We have got lined up Ioannis Chorkos, Isaac Tomlinson, Henry Dodd, Lewin Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, and out of Exeter, Oliver Bridle. Here we go, the 6 and unders are bringing the thunder, heading for turn number 1. Look at the air time them lot got through that first jump. That was looking chaotic, but it's all about your race leader out of Exeter. It is Oliver Bridle out there in the 1 spot on the 3-1-2 plate. He's got Benji Ross Foster out of Knowsley in there behind him. He's being chased down by the 8-2-1 of Lewin Jamira, doing it for Crucial Race Team. Who's that in there in 4? Got to be Henry Dodd out of the mid-ranks on the 8-2-2, the 486 of Isaac Tomlinson in there in that 5 spot, doing it for Manchester, and his teammate in there as well out of MCR, not Ioannis Chorkos out on the 2-4-6 plate, but Bridle out front gonna take the 6 and under round number 5 win across the line. Benji Ross Foster's in there for 2. Lewin Jamira's gonna round out your podium spots.
Right, moving on, 7-year-old age groups. We have got first up the boys, Albie Blight, Finley Thomas, Finley Kerr, Oscar Rutherford, Roman Birdfield, Logan Acito, Arlo Payne, and Teddy Gorman. Seven-year-old boys, here we go, heading down the hill. Let's have a look who's going to be the first rider. Oh! One rider down on the first jump. I'm not sure who it was, but he's left himself in a big old heap. I think it was Roman Birdfield, actually, out there in front at the moment, though. Let's have a look who we've got. We've got a 6.59 and a 4.65. Oh, Teddy Gorman scared the living daylights out of me. Oscar rather fast. He's in there in that fifth spot, chasing down the GT rider. That's going to be Finley Thomas as we go towards the final turn. In and out we go. Who's going to get it at the line? They bring it to the stripe. Look at the battle, elbow to elbow. Oh, I have a feeling it might have been Arlo Payne. Roman Birdfield has picked himself up. It was Arlo Payne who took the win. Here comes Roman. Oh dear. Somebody get this man a sports burger. That'll soon stop the tears. Are we all right, Roman? No, thanks. His voice is that deep as well. Right, next up, the young ladies, the 7-year-olds. I think there's some 6 and unders mixed in with this one. We have got out of Preston, Tia Worthington. We've got Verity Kay, Izzy Moore, Matilda Hewitt, Oleth Jewis, Abigail Henning, Maggie Devine, and Mabel Pine. Seven-year-old girls, Argo mixed in with the 6 and unders. Pine, Devine, Henning, Jewish, Hewitt, Moore, Kay, and Worthington. We're just missing Hattie McGoldrick, who took a tumble earlier on. She's gone for a kebab and a pint. She's going to be back tomorrow. But meanwhile, out on track, the 0-1. Mabel Pine is leading it through. That looks like Maggie Devine in there in 2. Where is Abigail Henning? She's in there in 4 right now, battling away. Matilda Hewitt doing it for Nottingham. Izzy Moore, Verity Kay, and Tia No Fear Worthington in the mix as well. But as they go in and out of the corner, Mabel Pine is going to pick up the win. Pine's going to get it. Who's going to get the 2? Maggie Devine is drag racing to the strip. It's going to be close. Maggie gets the 3. Abigail gets the 4. I've got a feeling it might have been Oleth Jewis who got the 2.
Final number 36, the 8-year-olds are up on the gate for their A final. We have got Oscar Marco, Alexander Gilbert, Callum Wood, Dominic Zapanos, Ethan White, Elliot Hatch, Antek Perebny, and Henry Sullivan. Final 36, here's the track. The 8-year-olds are charging to the turn. Sullivan and Perebny get a little bit sideways, but they are the first 2 to show. And the race is led out by Crucial Racing. 0-1 on the plate for a reason. Henry Sullivan leads them out. Here comes Perebny, looking for a way through. Perebny, Sullivan just closes the door into turn number 2. The 3.07 of Elliot Hatch in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like the rider out of decoy. That's Callum Wood on the 3.29. Here comes Dominic Zapanos looking for a way round Wood. Oh, Wood has a huge crash on the 3rd straight. Let's hope he's all right, but Henry Sullivan, your British champion, Crucial Racing going to take here. Perebny in there for 2. That's going to be Hatchet 3. Zapanos takes 4. Callum Wood's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gents. 8-year-old girls up on the gate for the A final. We have got Madison Stupple, Megan Keller, Evie Hume, Ellie Robertson, Grace Ledgerwood-Barr, Lauren Snell, and Phoebe Millar. The 8-year-old girls charge for turn number 1. Looking like the 0-1 on the inside. Phoebe Millar, Moto 1365 race team. She's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with her? Looking like we have got Lauren Snell doing it for Mixed Picks BMX team. Heading on through the straight. That is the Centurions Massive in the mix inside the top 3 on the 945. Got to be Ellie Robertson under a bit of pressure there from the 174 of Megan Keller. Keller looking for a way round, doing it for Gosport NRT. The other rider out of Gosport in there as well. That's Madison Stupple in there in 5. The 6th spot is picked up by Evie Hume. And the 7 is picked up by Grace Ledgerwood Bar out of Smiley's Flight Club. But your British champ going to take the win in the 8-year-old girls. Phoebe Millar, put your hands together, ladies and gents. What a display that was. Lauren Snell for 2. Who's going to get 3? This one's tight on the line. That one was close, but it is going to go to Megan Keller out of Gosport National Race Team.
Right, 9-year-old boys are up next. We have got Joseph Jewis, Thomas Giles, Jack Haynes, Jesse Rose, Hendrix Hines, Rex Ford, Ethan Shaw, and Charlie Dowsing. All right, the boys are flying, heading into turn number 1. Who's going to be the first to show? Dowsing on the inside. Ethan Shaw's in there as well. Going round from the outside, we've got Rex Ford in there in about 4th or 5th now as they come down that straight. Hendrix Hines is in there for Runnymede as well. In that 4th spot, Northeast BMX. Jesse Rose going through in 3. The 168, that belongs to Thomas Giles. He's in there as well. But we are looking at Dowsing, Shaw, 1 and 2. Jesse Rose in there in 3. Hendrix Hines in 4. But it's going to be Dowsing for Crucial BMX. The 239 taking it to the line. Dowsing gets it. Shaw in 2. Oh! Wouldn't like to say who got the 3. Next up, Hendrix Hines got the 3. Right, okay. 9-year-old girls. Right, 9-year-old girls are up next. We have got Beth Worley, Charlie Hargreaves, Florence Kay, Rosie Geddes, Cara Cross, Molly Tomlinson, Eliza Powell, and Betty Wills. Nine-year-old girls, go. Betty Wills, Eliza Powell heading down the hill. Wills has been the first to show. Cara Cross is right in there for the Gosport National Race Team as well as they head into the... Oh! Eliza Powell and Cara Cross hitting the deck in turn number 1. Betty Wills has checked out and gone. Rosie Geddes is chasing her down. Who's there in that 3? It looks like the 649. That belongs to Molly Tomlinson. Brumwood's Florence Kay inside the top 4. Charlie Hargreaves looking good with a strong 5 at the minute. Cross and Powell are up and okay. But it's going to be Betty Wills bringing it to the line. Wills, Geddes, 1 and 2. Tomlinson for the 3. Kay in 4.
10-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We have got Murray Watson, Ronnie Wood, Seb Hewitt, Oliver Richards, Preston Newmarsh Powell, Benny Jackson, Teddy Jones, and Connor Hemphill. Gate goes down, all 8 riders are charging for the corner. Jackson's been shot out of a cannon. Your world number 8 fluent bicycle motocross aboard his EV1. Jackson foot down retro style in that first corner. He's going to lead this one out. Connor Hemphill's in there in that 2 spot chasing him on through. Who's in 3? That's the template of Preston Newmarsh Powell. Jackson airborne into that second corner. Who's picking up the 4? Looking like we have got Oliver Richards out of Green Machine Tribe. And we lost Teddy Jones in that first corner. Let's hope he's all right. He's finishing his lap. Benny Jackson, though, on a charge. He's going to wrap this win up down the final straight. Hemhill, Powell, Richards, 2, 3, 4. But Benny Jackson was the man to catch. 10-year-old girls on at the gate for their A final. We have got Amber Tucker, Holly Richardson, Mia Kiss, Sophie Bailey, Grace Hudak, Aria Rose Lee, Maisie Egan and Trixie Trays. Final 41 hits the track. These are your 10-year-old girls. Maisie Egan, look at her go, heading for the turn. Looking like she's going to get the whole shot. Egan, your national number 2 from last year, doing it for Allen's Factory Supercross. Leads this one out. Who's here with her? Here comes Fluent. That looks like the 14 of Trixie Trays. So it's Egan, Trays, 1 and 2 at the moment. Sophie Bailey's in there in 3. Trays looked up the inside of Egan in turn number 2. Didn't quite make it happen. Here comes your European number 7, Grace Hudak. Moto 1365. Heading for the final turn. She wants a piece of this podium pie. In and out they go. Egan hanging on. Hudak throws in a high-low on Bailey in the final turn. Egan, Trays, looks like that's how they're going to finish out front. Who's going to get 3? That one was close, but Grace Hudak took it on the line.
Right, 11-year-old boys are up next. We have got Archie Crocker-White, Itai Jamira, Leighton Harding, Isaac the Sender Smith, Archie Bell, Joe Rook, Leo Rowlands and James Bibby. These 11-year-olds are absolutely on fire. It is going to be a banger of a final, this one. James Bibby right there into the first turn first. Who's going to pick it up? Yeah, Bibby's in there. Joe Ruck, Leo Rowlands got caught up in traffic. That shuffled him back. Isaac the Sender Smith in there in about 5th or 6th at the moment. But it's Bibby leading it through. Bibby, Bell, Jamira, Rook, Smith, Rowlands is in there in 6. Harding in 7. Crocker-White in 8. But James Bibby adding to the E4 with a national win here in Cumbernauld. James Bibby's going to bring it to the line. Archie Bell, a stellar performance for 2. Jamir in 3, Rook in 4, Smith in 5, Leo Rowlands in 6. 11-year-old girls up next. We've got Elsie Blight, Millie Ross, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Seren Pritchard, Samia Hughes, Grace Gerard, Lauren Keller and Iris Hyder. Let's have a look as they head down the hill. Iris Hyder with a good start. Grace Gerard in the middle. Lauren Keller on the inside as well as they head into the first turn. Let's have a look. It is Hyder leading it out for Pure Bicycles. She's in there in 1. GT's Lauren Keller going through in 2. Sorted. Elizabeth Poole in 3. Grace Gerard of Hard Knocks going into that 4th spot. That is Millie Ross in there inside the top 5. But it's Iris Hyder. Into the final turn she goes. Hyder, Keller, Poole. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Iris Hyder's going to take the win in the 11-year-old girls. Lauren Keller for 2 and Elizabeth Lola Poole for 3.
12-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We have got Charlie Wilcox, Sullivan Collis, Harley Steele, Harry Tyers, James Miller, Thomas Palmer, Ethan Rogers and your European number 3, Harry Donald. Gate goes down. We are watching the 12-year-olds head for turn number 1. Here comes Donald on the inside. Going to pick up a whole shot by the looks of things. Yes, he is. Donald leads this one out there for BMXHype.com. Who's in there with him? Mabo UK picking it up. That is Ethan Rogers. Not been back on his bike a week and is in there in that 2 spot at the minute. Looking like the 2 plate of Miller. Wants away round Palmer as he bring it back through the 3rd straight. Can he find it? Palmer. Miller heading for the final turn. Miller's going to work his way from 4 to 3. He's now on the podium. Out of the final corner, your European number 3, Harry Donald, going to take the win in the 12-year-old boys. Ethan Rogers for 2, and that's going to be James Miller rounding out your podium spots. 12-year-old girls on the gate for their A final. We have got Anushka Jones, Martha Cotton, Brooke Fawcett, Esme Ward, Dakota Tucker, Emma Kiss, Ruby Warren, and Emily Eaton. Final 45, your 12-year-old girls are a go. Eaton is absolutely flying for turn number 1 on the inside. Who's that glued to her left-hand side? That is Ruby Warren. So it is going to be Eaton, Warren, 1 and 2 as it stands. Who's in there in 3? Looking like the 6 plate is picking it up. That's going to be Emma Kiss. Can Warren get close enough to Eaton? In turn number 2, she looked at it. Didn't go for it though, so it is still Eaton out front doing it for Pro Star BMX. Your 0-1 British champion taking it to him into the final corner. Eaton, Warren, Kiss, 1, 2, 3. Esme Ward rounds out the top 4, but it's all about your British champ, Emily Eaton, taking another national win to add to her collection.
Right, this is the final we've been waiting for all day long. The 13-year-old boys lining up. We have got Toby Lynch, Todd Smith-Notman, James Cottrell, Isaac Shaw, Nate Hamilton, Ned Guppy, Oliver Tyers, and Kobe Rayford. 13-year-old boys heading down the hill. Look at him go. Nate Hamilton on the inside, battling with Kobe Rayford into the turn. Oh, couldn't quite make the move stick, but he's there in that 2 spot. Guppy going through in 3. Todd Smith-Notman on the outside in about 5 at the moment, and Cotty's trying to work his way into a top 3 position. Here comes the 7 plate. That belongs to Oliver Tyers. He's worked his way into the top 4, but it's Rayford, Hamilton, Guppy, Tyers, Cottrell. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Looks like Shaw's in there in 6, Toby Lynch in 7, Todd Smith-Notman in 8. But Kobe Rayford takes the win. Nate Hamilton, Guppy and Tyers, your top 4. 13-year-old girls, we have got Isla Young, Maddie the Baddie Dixon, Matilda Sacharu, Lexi Kearns, Sidonie Cleve, Libby Coppin, Rin Serafina Giannolino, and Jalaya Patel. 13-year-old girls, Jalaya Patel got a good start. Rin Serafino, Giannolino right there in the middle for Nottingham BMX Club as they go into the turn. Patel picking up the whole shot. Libby Coppin going right round the outside. Sidonie Cleve in there in the middle in that 4th spot, and Lexi Kearns for Allen's Factory Supercross in 5 as they head towards turn number 2. Jalaya Patel still holding on to it in the minute. Oh, she slipped a pedal, and that's allowed Rin Serafino, Giannolino to take the lead as they go into the final corner. Giannolino holding on to it. Jalaya Patel in 2. Libby Coppin looking good for the 3. But Rin Serafina Giannolino takes the win in the 13-year-old girls. Patel, Coppin rounding out your top 3. Sidonie Cleve in 4.
Just before we get into the 14-year-olds finals, just to let you all know, guys, that there are trophies to be awarded after all of the finals are done in the pen area. So there will be trophies for the 6 to 8-year-olds for all of the top 8 in them age groups. And then the 9 to 12-year-olds, you will have a trophy for the top 3. So that is as soon as the last final is done in the pen area, please. Thank you. 14-year-old boys up on the gate for their final. We have got Luke Wilcox, Bradley James, Ty DS, Heath Thomas, Amos Guppy, Lucas Seeley, Ben Larkins, and Kai Bowen. 14-year-olds are a go, heading for turn number 1. Bowen's on the inside. Can anyone get across him? I don't think they can. Your world number 6 is going to lead it out. Stay strong, C&K out front looking good. Bowen, Larkins, 1 and 2. That looks like Guppy in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? That's the 5 plate of Seeley into that second turn. Seeley looked on the inside of Guppy. Didn't dive for it though. Here comes Heath Thomas, last year's national champ. He's in there in 5th at the moment. Heading into that final corner. It's going to be Bowen down the final straight. Check this guy out, your world number 5, right the way to the stripe. Larkins, Guppy, Seeley, Thomas, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 14-year-old girls up on at the gate for their final. We have got Lottie McFarlane, Orla Cooper, Ava Wright, Ruby Walford, Grace Burge, Ailey Watson, Amelia Everly, and Lottie Brown. 14-year-old girls hit the track, looking like Brown's got a great gate out of the inside. Your European number 4 and your European number 5 are the first two riders to touch that first turn. Here comes Everly looking for a high-low. She's glued to the back wheel of Brown, heading for turn number 2. Brown, Everly, who's the 3 plate in there in 3? That's Grace Burge. Here comes Ailey Watson round the outside to work her way into the top 4. Looks like that could be a Walford shuffle back to 5. Her last turn action then. Has Everly got enough left in the tank for Brown? In and out they go. Brown, Everly, looking like that's how they're going to bring it down the final straight. Your European number 4 and 5 are going to go 1 and 2. Burge hangs on to 3. Watson goes through in 4.
On to the 15-year-olds. These are the boys lining up. Henry Rayner, Lewis Collins-Nimmo, Eli Smith, Caden Dunn, Lucas Webster, Cody Coker, Mason Lang, and Noah Everly. Watching the 15-year-olds head down the hill. Noah Everly's had the squeeze on him going into turn number 1. Here we go. In and out of the turn as they head down. It is looking like Cody Coker is the man out in front at the moment. The 8 plate on the as they go in and out of turn number 2. Being tracked down by Noah Everly. Eli Smith's in there in 3. In and out the corner, look at the drag race to the line. Coker, Everly, Smith. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Mason Lang in there in 4. Wow, wow, wow. As we move on to the first of the ODI whole shot classes, the 15-year-old girls. I hope somebody's judging this. 15-year-old girls lining up. So I think the prize is 100 quid and a load of ODI goodies for the first person around that first turn or past that little line at the top. So we have lining up Sophie Kynaston, Sabina Ashman, Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Alexis McCartney, Alexi Waite, Megan Roy, Ruby Moores, and jumping Jess Marriott. 15-year-old girls, there's a 100 quid whole shot prize for the first person into the turn. Marriott's looking good. Lexi's right there with her. Oh, so close. I'm not even going to try and judge that one. Jumping Jess Marriott out there in that one spot now. Lexi's just worked her way in there into 2. Look at the traffic jam behind, involving Sabina Ashman and Annalise Cadman-Carpenter. Megan Roy's involved as well. Ruby Moore's back there in 6. In and out the final turn. Marriott, Waite, Cadman-Carpenter. That's your 1, 2 and 3. Lexi's not done yet. She's chased her to the line. Couldn't quite make it. Sabina Ashman in 4. I have no idea who won that whole shot.
The second of the 2 whole shot classes up on the gate. These year 16-year-old boys. Lined up then we have got Lewis Cook, Jaden Fawcett, Finn Phillips, Thomas Millar, J. Teal Simpson Davies, Curtis Copeland, Thomas Duran and Finley Hoff. Someone's about to be 100 quid richer with a bucket load of goodies from ODI heading into the turn. Hoff just comes up short on the pickup. Looks like Hoff's going to take home the whole shot prize. Hoff leads it out. Duran's in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like the 16 plate heading for the turn. That's got to be Jaden Fawcett. Fawcett hangs on to that top 3 spot. He's got riders behind him, one of them being the homeboy. Lewis Cook heading for the final turn. So he wants to get on the podium in and out of the final corner. It's going to be Hoff taking it. Duran for 2. Here comes Cork, late charge. Has he got enough left? I don't think he has. Fawcett takes the podium finish.
17 to 29-year-old female. The final is lining up. We have got Hannah Drew, Megan Kirby, Tilly McCrum, Remy Godfrey, Emily Green, Lily Chiziwa, Evie Webster, and Taya Gaynor. 17 to 29. That looks like Emily Green, who got a great start. Evie Webster in there as well on the inside on that E6. Chiziwa's in the mix as well in about 4th spot at the moment. But Emily Green out of decoy, back on the BMX bike. It's good to see. She's going to lead into that second turn. Taya Gaynor chasing her down. Remy Godfrey on the Stay Strong in there in 3. Chiziwa's working away in. Megan Kirby inside the top 5. Hannah Drew, Evie Webster. As they go in and out the final turn, Tilly McCrumming as well. But it's going to be Emily Green to the line. Green's going to get it. Gaynor for 2, Godfrey for 3. Chiziwa rounding out the top 4.
"17 to 18-year-old final up on the gate. We have got Joseph Keary, Sebastian Hamling, Eddie Cannons, Ben Fitzsimmons, Owen Putland, Jaden Seawood, Ruben Smith and George Gerard. 17 to 18-year-olds are a go. Ruben Smith came unclipped down the hill by the looks of things. He's in the middle of the pack into the turn. He's going to throw it underneath and come out in that 2 or 3 spot. Look at how close they are. You could throw a blanket over the lot of them. It's going to be Gerard leading it out. Fitzsimmons has worked his way into 2. He's hunting him down like prey. In and out of the corner. It's Smith in there in 3. Jaden Seawood's in there in about 5. Portland's in there in 4. Seawood gets it a bit wrong. Fitzsimmons, last turn action. Has he got enough left for Gerard to the line? Gerard, Fitzsimmons, 1 and 2. Ruben Smith's going to hang on to 3. How on earth they all stayed upright in that first turn, I have no idea.
Right, 19 to 29-year-olds, hold on to your hats, people. We have got Aaron Holloway, Finley Clark, Adam Gilbert, Billy Luckhurst, Ross Sharp, Connor Hedges, Callum Chard Maple, and Tyrese Bradshaw. 19 to 29-year-olds, Tyrese Bradshaw right there in the middle, heading towards the turn, picking up the whole shot. Callum Chard Maple in there in 2, Ross Sharp in 3. Who's got the 4 at the minute? Looks like Connor Hedges is right in there. Luckhurst and Clark battling for that 5th spot as they go into the turn. But it's still Tyrese Bradshaw doing it for Maple in and out of that final turn. He's going to pick up the win. Bradshaw, Callum Chard Maple, Ross Sharp, Connor Hedges. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. Billy Luckhurst for the 5.
Masters up on the gate for their A final. We have got Christopher Granger, Darren Thompson, Dale Scott, Scott Beaumont, Martin Smiley Brown, David James, Billy Irwin and John Lillingston. Final 56, the gate goes down and the Masters are a go. Boom, boom, Beaumont's had a great gate. He's in there in that 2nd spot into the turn. Lillingston leads it. Irwin's on the inside. He's worked his way into that 3 spot. Martin Smiley Brown is right there on his back wheel, but he's got the 7 plate of David James with him into the turn. Smiley goes airborne. Here comes Beaumont chasing Lillingston down the 3rd straight. Who's going to get it? Lillingston, Beaumont, Irwin, Brown. 1, 2, 3, 4 in and out of that final corner. Moto 1-3-6-5, your British champion, gonna take this win by the looks of it in the Masters. Lillingston hangs on to it. Boom, boom, Beaumont's in there for 2. Irwin rounds out the podium.
Right, 4th moto for the 30-plus females. Fwong Clements, Annie Chiziwa, Savannah Carver, Rebecca Goll, Anita Wong, and Claire Albert. This one comes down to total points. I've got a feeling Rebecca Goll is the rider in control of this one at the minute as they head towards the 1st turn. She picks up the whole shot. Anita Wong in there in 2. Savannah Carver looking good in 3 aboard that OS 20. That is Annie Chiziwa in there in 4. Claire Albert in 5. And Fwong Clements, Fwong's in there in 5. Claire's in 6. But it is Rebecca Goll checked out and gone. She's going to lead it into the final corner. Goll, Carver, Wong. That is your 1, 2, and 3. Rebecca Goll takes the win and the overall. Savannah's going to take the 2. Anita for 3. Annie for 4. Fwong for 5. Claire Albert for 6.
Vets on the gate for the A final. We have got Matthew Eaton, Mark Steele, George Salmon, Adam Boudet, Hayden Tarora, Matthew Trincart, Zoltan Boudet, and Danny Taylor. The vets have been let loose down the hill. Taylor's on the inside, heading for the turn, but it looks like he's got Zoltan Boudet right there next to him. Boudet picks up the whole shot, so it is Mongoose Factory out front looking good. Matthew Trincart in there in the 2 spot. Here comes Adam Boudet on the inside of Danny T into the second corner. Danny T hangs on to it though. In and out they go. It is Boudet, Trincart, Taylor. 1, 2, 3. That looks like the 177 of Hayden Chirora. Out of Dragon Riders in there inside the top 4. Trincart isn't quite done yet. He was chasing Boudet into the final turn. Boudet, smooth as you like, going to take it. Trincart, Taylor, 2 and 3. Looking like Tarora will hang on to the top 4.
Right, Grand Veterans final lining up. Julian Allen, Brett Knight, John Bentley, Gary Carver, Darren Reedy, Craig Nelson, Brett Archibald, and Alan Hill. All right, folks, don't sweat, because here come the Grand Vets. Hilly on the inside, battling away. Where is Craig Nelson? He's in there in 4th spot the minute aboard that OS20, but it's Hilly leading it out. Who's got the 2? It's Darren Reedy. Brett Archibald in there in 3. Gary Carver in 5. Julian Allen, Turnbar in 6. Knight in 7. Bentley, oh, he must have had a problem with the gears in 8. But as they go in and out the final turn, Alan Hill, Darren Reedy going 1 and 2. Hilly takes the win. Reedy, Archibald, and Craig Nelly Nelson.
Junior men up on the gate, lined up for their A final. Out of Cyclopop, we've got Miller Hughes riding for MCR, James Sankey. Out of Peckham BMX, 2 riders, Xander Mavawani Wright and Danny Jake Montfort. Out of Braintree, Louis Tate Edwards. Out of Sorted Race Gear, Flynn Drellincourt. And riding for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Harvey Fawcett. Junior men hit the track, heading for the turn. Looking like the 2 riders out of Peckham have had great gates. They've been battling all day long. Fawcett's on the inside. Here comes Miller Hughes. In and out of the first corner, it is Danny Jake Montfort leading this one out. Montfort in there in that 1 spot. Xander Mavawani right in there in 2. Hunting him down like prey in and out of that second corner. It's looking good for Peckham. 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that in there in 3? Still looking good for Fawcett. Miller Hughes in there in 4. That looks like Louis Tate Edwards in 5 and James Sankey in 6. But it's all about Peckham out front. Danny Jake Montfort takes this junior men win. Xander Mavawani right in there behind him. The final of the day up on the gates. 7 of our fastest riders are lined up for their Superclass final. We have got, doing it for Jump Club S&M Source, Dean Reeves. Out of Concept Mabo UK, Casey Markley. Riding for Preston and Team GB, Mark Fletcher. Out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Harrison Collis. Riding for Pure Bikes and the Titans, Harrison Bell. Riding out of Birmingham on the 068, Jos Monham. Out of Ice Bikes UK, George Hunt. And riding for Stay Strong Clark and Ken, Carl Strickland. The final of the day hits the track. Looking like Marnham and Strickland on the inside, headed for the turn. Strickland's not giving him any room, but Marnham takes it anyway. Jos Marnham leads it out. He's getting busy as he exits turn number 1. Strickland's in there in 2. Harrison Bell's in there in 3. Dean Reeves in 4. Oh! How on earth the all stayed upright. Hunt threw it under. Went beneath 2 of them. Fletcher's in there in 4. Marnham, Strickland, Hunt. 1, 2, 3. In and out of the final turn. Looking like Mark Fletcher's going to round out the top 4 spots, but Jos Marnham takes another Superclass win. That's your day done and dusted, ladies and gents. We will see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning.